See. Okay. So we're going to begin with this panel discussion. Welcome to this panel discussion, Security, New Challenges in the 21st Century. I'm Didier Danet from Saint-Cyr Military Academy. I will be the chairman for this panel, and I will present a paper because one of the presenters is unfortunately sick this morning. He will not be here. So since I had a paper which was ready, I will present it. So I have a double role in this panel. So to introduce this panel, I would say that the 21st century has brought forth new and complex threats and challenges to international security. These threats include terrorism and extremism, cybersecurity risks, proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, hybrid warfare, climate change and environmental insecurity, transnational organized crime, economic instability. I'm not sure that the list is entirely comprehensive, but Octavia will present a survey of these new challenges and new emerging threats. And thank you, Octavia, for giving us this survey, because I think it's quite challenging to bring the holistic view. And then after this survey by Octavia, we will delve into three specific dimensions of these new threats. Narco trafficking in South America, and this is the presentation which will not take place because the presenter is sick. The second dimension is the hybrid threats. And the third one is cyber issues. And I will talk about memory and oblivion within the time of digital techniques. I will not speak about narco trafficking since the presentation will not be taking place, but moving to hybrid threats, we're going to talk about that. This represents a distinct challenge to traditional notions of security, international security. Hybrid threats are characterized by the use of unconventional tactics and strategies by state or non-state actors, such as terrorist organizations or cyber criminals, to exploit vulnerabilities and achieve their objectives. Unlike traditional warfare between nation states, asymmetric or hybrid threats can target civilian populations, critical infrastructure, or even disrupt global communication networks. Addressing these hybrid threats requires a comprehensive understanding of the evolving characters of warfare and the ability to adapt the new technologies to new technologies and tactics employed by these non-state actors. Cybersecurity is another issue that we're going to deal with this morning. With the rapid advancement of technology and the increasing reliance on digital infrastructure, malicious actors have found new avenues to exploit vulnerabilities for their own gain or to disrupt the operations of other nations. Cybercrime encompasses a wide range of illegal activities, including hacking, identity theft, financial fraud, and intellectual property theft. These activities not only pose a significant threat to individuals and businesses, but also have large, far-reaching implications for national security. Furthermore, the rise of cyber warfare has introduced a new dimension to conflicts between nations, where state-sponsored hacking and cyber attacks are utilized to gain strategic advantages, disrupt essential services, compromise critical infrastructure, and facilitate espionage, disinformation, and propaganda. During this panel, we will hear from experts in the field who will shed light on the complexities of those challenges and maybe propose potential solutions. So I will begin with Colonel Giuseppe De Magistris. He assumed various command roles in the Carabinieri Corps and participated in a multitude of operational missions, both within Italy and abroad. His international assignments included service in Kosovo, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Iraq, Afghanistan, or Haiti. He held important responsibility within shapes in Brussels, and we'll talk about hybrid threats and hybrid warfare. The second speaker is Octavia Moise. I will be the second speaker and you will be the third. Okay, so Octavia has a PhD in international relations from National School of Political and Administrative Studies, Bucharest, and her research interests in international organizations and security studies. She teaches theory of international relations and international organization at SNSPA. She's the executive coordinator of the Bucharest Security Conference. And Mauro Conti, who will be here in a few minutes, received its PhD computer science from Sapienza University of Rome, full professor in University of Padua. He's head of studies in the master's degree in cybersecurity. He's member of the blockchain expert panel of the Italian government, and its research interests are mainly in the area of security and privacy, and we talk about, obviously, cybersecurity issues. The discussant will be my colleague, Frédéric Desberg, Sincere Military Academy, and he will ask the first question, which is always the most complicated question for the audience. And after the presentation, I encourage you to ask questions, to take part into the discussion. And I now leave the floor to Colonel de Magistris for his presentation. Thank you, Colonel.
Just for planning purposes, how much time do I have? I need to clock myself. 20? Just to set the scene. Good morning, everyone. So the role of stability policy in countering asymmetric threats. I will take you to a different world now. The professor explained you which are the hybrid threats. Have you heard identity theft? You heard about frauds, digital crimes. So we are talking about crimes. So somebody is to take care about these crimes. Now I will take you to a fragile state, which is either looking for support from the international community, or there is a Security Council resolution which advocates and authorizes the deployment of forces. So I will tell you, and I will take you to this fragile area where we need to fill a gap, a policing gap. So let's start from the beginning. It's not enough to win the war. It's far more important to organize this peace. It is not me who says so. As you can see, somebody else a little bit brighter than me, for sure. Just setting the scene. Question. I mean, unfortunately, this is the only one which is updated, so it's difficult to read. I counted the bullets, so trust me, 33 different conflicts worldwide, or crises, serious crises, out of 196 countries worldwide. Mark, don't Google for it. It's true. So we have mala tempora currunt, Latin will say. So let me send this in. Do you know who is this bloke? No, you are too young, but somebody is young like me. Pat Diaz Down, special envoy of the United Nations to Bosnia and Herzegovina. Oh, we are talking about 1995, more or less. Srebrenica, 8,000 people killed in 3 days, for instance. Women raped, and so on and so forth. Slaughters, and so on and so forth. Instead of early election, the international community should have put more importance on ensuring the rule of law. Cops, courts, and corrections is a stall with 3 legs. If one of them is shaking, the rule of law will be shaking. It was said a couple of years ago, as you can see. And then this general is Mike Jackson, not a relative of Michael Jackson, for sure. He's British, not American. And he's the first force commanding general in Kosovo, 1999. Look what is said about the Carabinieri. I'm not here to brag about the Carabinieri. I'm talking about a function. But these are the main actors for stability policing functions, along with the gendarmerie type forces, like in La France, or the Guardia Civil, or the Guardia Nacional Republicana, or the Gendarma Romana, Dr. Ottavia, and so on and so forth. Police forces with military status organization. We'll see later. So cops with the mindset of cops, but they are soldiers, as I am. This great lady, Hosna Jalil, former Deputy Minister of Interior in Afghanistan. I have the privilege to meet her and to have her also as one of my lecturers in my former NATO life. This lady said something, talking about the policing gap, the security gap. Somebody some time ago quizzed me about the priority of the Afghan people. I would say terrorism, roadside bomb, no way. The death toll about crime-related events were 150 times higher than terrorist attacks. So the international community was losing the focus in Afghanistan. We'll talk a lot about Afghanistan if you wish. I've been cooperating with the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction, an auditing body of the US Congress, on the issue of policing in conflicts. $20 billion spent in Afghanistan. For what? So you went through it. The community-oriented police approach. The cop on the beat. So easy. And we forgot it. Do we need it? Did we need it in Afghanistan? Yes, of course. It was an in-conflict situation. Yes, we needed the cop on the beat also in Afghanistan. It's important to understand this, if I may, to get to the asymmetric threat. Cigar. These findings are self-explanatory. So, no, without policing, crime will flourish. It's true. We need to plan for a police assistance mission. We didn't in Afghanistan, for instance. Most critical period, the golden hour when you get to the hospital and they need to assess how you are. 6 to 12 weeks after the ceasefire. Have you ever heard that the United Nations admitted that it takes from 9 to 12 months to deploy a force? 9 to 12 months. 1 year. How many things do happen in 1 year? Sorry if I mention again rapes, killings, extrajudicial killings, and so on and so forth. Ethnic cleansing, for instance. Cultural property protection destruction, which is the first step towards ethnic cleansing. Is the UN. Look at the last one. RAND Corporation, everybody knows that it's very important, it's very reliable. After the Second World War, look at these figures. Nearly half of the countries recovering from a war relapsed to war within 5 years. 1/5 of them within 1 year. Afghanistan, 9 days. So, is it a missed opportunity, this function, stability policing, taking the cops to the theater of operations when bombs are still falling, Mark? Quickly, 1 minute. The volume, please. the kite is very Afghan. This is what we find when we deploy havoc, spoilers of the peace process, corrupted politicians, so on and so forth. Any form of crime which is not addressed, either because the local police are not reliable or are corrupted, or because they have been wiped away by a tsunami or by the bombs. Who's going to fill the gap? So in a nutshell, this is stability policing, brings the police dimension into the military operations. Why? The war crime overlap. Have you heard about Ukraine? For sure. Have you heard about the fact that there are deserters who are stealing the weaponry amongst the Ukrainians, bringing them, selling them to the organized crime worldwide? Sorry. It happens. Thank you so much. The war crime overlap. Sometimes non-state actors exploit this overlap, conducting the war below the threshold of war. Who are the actors? The main actors are the gendarmerie type forces, but also other forces can conduct such activities, stability policing activities. Leveraging of a very long, I would say, tradition, history. The first deployment of a multinational specialized unit, the forefather of the stability policing asset, dates back to the 9th of August 1995 in Bosnia. Sorry, 1998, my apologies. 95 is Dayton Agreement. Throughout the conflict, before, during, and after the conflict. This is important for the military, throughout the operational continuum. The focus, local populace. This is the center of gravity. Upholding human security. Trafficking human beings, protection of civilians, children in armed conflict, protection of cultural property, building integrity, which means corruption, fighting the corruption. A sexual gender-based violence. So protecting the vulnerables. And then capacity building when bombs do not fall anymore. So this concept is widespread worldwide. So it's not only my invention, a Carabinieri invention. It is utilized under different name and perspective by UN, NATO, African Union, and I mentioned everyone. Yes, European Union. This is my compound, Vicenza, 3 different entities. COESPU, the center which I lead. We work mainly with the United Nations, the European Gendarmerie Force Permanent Quarters, which works mainly with the European Union, and the NATO Stability Policing Center of Excellence is the only international stability policing hub worldwide dealing with the stability policing from 11 different perspectives. There are 11 different countries represented. I can dig on, but I don't want to steal too much time on this. Okay? We have interns from also Padua University. They are great, and from other universities all over, from all over the world. I was mentioning Mark because Mark is going to receive some support from us as well. So in a nutshell, we work below the threshold of war and above and beyond the threshold of war. Stability policing is a means, a function which can be performed by a wide range of actors, not only the Carabinieri. And it operates between the mere presence, think about a force which is deployed just to observe, and below the threshold of war. With policing means, ways, and ends, which are different. They are less lethal. They are not kinetic. We can utilize lethal weapons and kinetic operation, but we do not aim at killing people. We aim at bringing them before justice if we have the legal framework. What is important, this is why I mentioned Afghanistan several times. Stability policing, being a police function focused on the populace, fosters the legitimacy of the local institutions. If the local institutions grow corrupted, they will fall into pieces in 9 days, as it happened in Afghanistan. So by upholding the integrity of the local institutions, stability policing is crucial in rebuilding a state. And this also fosters the battle of narratives, because the more the local institution, the police are efficient, the more the population will be eager to support the local institution. And then it's very useful for the military for the consolidation of battlefield gains. Again, remember the center of gravity, human rights and human security. If it works, okay. Can somebody who is not Italian tell me why I choose this picture? Who is the Muppet in the middle? Okay, do you know Pinocchio? Okay. Pinocchio was arrested by the Carabinieri. Can you please tell me why Collodi, the writer, chose the Carabinieri to arrest Pinocchio, not another police force? In some region in Italy, the Carabinieri are called the Justice, for instance, in Sardinia. Is anybody here from Sardinia? Okay, so you know, la Sa Giustizia. So it's the epitome of the justice. A police force which is acknowledged as the justice. But I told you in the beginning, cops, courts, and correction, the judiciary is one of the legs of the stool. It's not, the cops are not the stool, the entire stool. It's one of the legs. Legitimacy is crucial whenever you police a country. If the police force is not legitimate in the eye of the local population, they will fail. So asymmetric threats, you know this picture for sure. The first action carried out in asymmetric fashion was the one depicted in the picture. So, as it was mentioned in the beginning by the moderator, there are dissimilar means in which somebody exploit the weaknesses of the bigger, the stronger counterpart, opponent. How can they do it? I told you in the beginning, below the threshold of war sometimes. They exploit state vulnerabilities. Time is flying, so I need to go fast. Non-state actor, cyber, we mentioned. Hybrid attacks. Ultimately, as the video says, we cannot chase a rubber with a battle tank. So we need an instrument which is more suitable to chase these people within the legal framework. You see, military threats, the current threats, is not relevant only to the military. You can approach such challenges only with military means, with a tank. This is a simple example. You need the police. I will go through this slide. Stability policing supports attacks of non-military nature. You cannot deploy the military, the tank in any city just to defend the city. You need to patrol. You need to gather information. Info gathering is crucial. And it defends social cohesion. Social cohesion is one of the very important part in resilience, the capacity of a society to resist, to counter, and to react after a shock. Something that NATO upholds a lot. And then the military contribute, but they are not the integral part of robust civil preparedness. Policing is more important or more functional rather than important. So I'm drawing to a hand, so a couple of slides as we are done. As I said, the usual combat means are not sufficient to prevail in the competition continuum. This is a euphemism to describe the current situation worldwide, to describe the international community challenges, the competition continuum. They call competition continuum, whilst I can tell you that is more a conflict situation. 33 different conflict-related situations worldwide as of today. Second bullet, the adversaries are embedded amongst the populace. Again, can you identify the threats with the tank? Don't you need the cop on the beat to do so? Maybe it's more function. Another thing that I think is very crucial to be underlined is the fact that sometimes the action of the military could be too heavy. This jeopardizes the battle of narratives. This jeopardizes our narratives when we try to support our population. The population we serve. Think about an asset of foreigner deployed in your country because your country cannot enforce the rule of law. This is stability policing. So don't think about this function in your own country, although the same applies also in our countries, where law enforcement is crucial to ensure the safe and secure environment, the freedom of movement, the freedom of life, the freedom to enjoy our rights. Our adversaries, they utilize asymmetric means. Our non-state actor and state actor utilize also the lawfare, utilize the law as a means to conduct a war below the threshold of war. I cannot quote countries because I want to be independent. But think about the China Sea dispute or the so-called Gerasimov doctrine of the Russians. You carry out unrestricted warfare without shooting a bullet. Look at Crimea, Donbass, 2014. And then they act in cyberspace. And think about Daesh. Daesh did carry out ISIS, an awful lot of actions in the internet. They recruit on internet. In fact, the Italian law, punishes terrorists or wannabe terrorists with the same legislation of mafia. You can carry out also preventive tapping against terrorists, as we can do it with mafia. So how much is important, the legislation, the legal framework. So total defense scenario, the war of everything against everybody, the weaponization of everything, not only environment, think about Zaporizhzhia, for instance. Cultural property protection can be weaponized. Trafficking human beings, migration can be weaponized. And how can you how can you counter this weaponization of everything? With a tank? Before a migrant, before a crying kid at the border of Belarus and Poland? Or do we need the cops taking care of this kid? So legal targeting is something which is unique and only the police forces can do it. We do not shoot at will, at zero. We identify the objectives and we prosecute them. We carry out investigation. All in all, we shift the paradigm. The military in war, they must annihilate their opponent. We bring them before the justice. I think that this is enough to explain what we can do. It upholds the rule of law and the positive strategic communication, the battle of narratives that I mentioned before. At the end of the day, a good strategic communication allows the population to understand what the police do. And through arrest, seizure of assets, is important to seize assets, as we do with mafia, for instance. No? We affect our adversaries, which the adversary is different from the enemy. And we do it really with policing means. And we, for sure, reduce collateral damage. And nowadays, you heard a lot about collateral damage, for instance, in Gaza. Something is targeting the individuals. Something else is killing at will. And this generates the populace benevolence. So, to conclude, we widen the reach of the international community with other means rather than the military ones, with other means rather than war, and we ensure long-term effects. We arrest rather than capturing. When you arrest somebody, you bring them before the justice. If you capture somebody, then you release them because you do not have evidence. We prosecute, as I mentioned, and we uphold the legitimacy of the local population. It's important, this kind of approach, also because it provides the military commander on the ground with a different perspective, the police perspective. Look at the acronym LAINT, Law Enforcement Intelligence. Usually the military commander on the ground has got his own intelligence, but is purely green. Whilst the law enforcement intelligence is completely different. It's the one from the top of the beat. So it's not intelligence gathered through military means, but the human factor is crucial. And so just to conclude, interagency cooperation. Look at many international organizations I listed here. So this allows the international community to enjoy all the benefit of the police action in the theater of operation. When you have a legal framework, think also about battlefield evidence collection. I need to bring before justice somebody, but I need pieces of evidence to bring these pieces of evidence before the prosecutor and then before the judiciary, and then they will become evidence. How can you ensure that the custody chain is very technical, but how can you ensure that custody chain without the proper legal framework, without the proper network? Look at them. Stability policing assets do have interaction with these counterparts. So this is very important. The military are a little bit more in their box, but we interoperate with the military. So we don't say that the police are better than the military. We say that we integrate. And this is crucial because interoperability in the military war and nowadays is crucial to enhance the effectiveness of the force which is deployed on the ground. So that said, is the international community missing an opportunity? I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Colonel, for this presentation. So I'm going to speak now of the impact of digitization of the prescription of public action. Octavia, could you help me with the slides issue? Thank you. Okay, thank you. So the topic of this presentation is about the impact of digitization of the prescription of public action. The idea is that we're facing a challenge in this 21st century, which is globally the digitization of a society. And this digitization is addressing challenges to the security issues. And one maybe not so obvious topic is the public action and how state treats or deals with criminal activities, how it organizes criminal prosecutions, etc., etc. And one of the challenges for justice, police and justice, is the digitization of society, which is changing the conditions in which the society is prosecuting criminals. And so one of the interesting point, I think, which is really sticking close to the topic, the subject of the conference, is the tricky balance between oblivion and memory. And so, as a matter of introduction, I would say that I suppose that most of you are familiar with legal issues. So maybe this reminder is not very useful, but I prefer to define things before discussing them. As you may know, the legal concept of prescription in criminal law refers to the time limit within which a criminal offense can be prosecuted and punished. This prescription principle establishes that once a certain period of time as determined by the legislator has elapsed since the commission of the crime, the offender cannot be prosecuted or held accountable for that offense. I think that everyone knows that. Yeah, maybe. Well, let's go. In other words, prescription sets a deadline after which the state loses its right to bring charges against an individual for a specific crime. Prescription serves several purposes within the criminal justice system. It aims to strike a balance between the need to ensure that justice is served and the practical limitation of investigating and prosecuting crimes. By imposing a time limit, prescription recognizes that evidence may degrade, witnesses' memories may fade, and the overall fairness of the trial may be compromised as time passes. The duration of the prescription period varies depending on the country, the jurisdiction, and the nature of the offense. It's typically determined by the legislature and may differ for different categories of crimes. For instance, more serious crimes such as murder or terrorism injuries may have longer or no prescription periods, while lesser offenses may obviously have shorter time limits. Prescription is a fundamental principle of criminal law that seeks to uphold principles of legal certainty, finality, and fairness. It ensures that individuals are not indefinitely exposed to the threats of prosecutions for past offenses, allowing for closure and the possibility of rehabilitation. However, it's important to note that prescription does not absolve individuals of the moral and social consequences of their actions, nor does it prevent victims from seeking civil remedies for the harm suffered. It's crucial for legal systems and societies to review periodically and adapt their prescriptions laws to address changing societal values, technological advancements, and the evolving nature of criminal activities. This ensures that the principle of prescription remains relevant and effective in promoting justice while safeguarding individual rights. And so in this presentation, the idea is that we're living in the revolutionary times, the digitization of society, and digitization is changing the balances, the traditional balance between memory, which is the right for the victims to get their right protected, and oblivion, which means that after a certain time limit, prescription must apply. It's quite a difficult question because the prescription principle is disputed within society between two different approaches. The one which is oriental. Oh, okay. Okay, this is an introduction. And so the first approach is dealing with victims' rights to be protected, and the second one is dealing with the futility of very ancient prosecutions as regard to the evidences, etc. And so I will begin with balancing the balance between the two principles, where I call them the duty of remembrance, the duty of memory, and the Greek law of oblivion, which is a French expression to describe the prescription. So these two dimensions, the prescription is a difficult question because you've got two different approaches, two other different approaches. The first one is a technical and legal approach to prescriptions. It's the way the legal experts are dealing with prescription, are considering prescriptions, and the other dimension is the political approach to prescription. And these two approaches are quite different, and there is always a balance between the two, which is determining a certain state of the balance between oblivion and memory. And so if you consider the prescription from a legal approach point of view, from the legal approach of lawyers and legal experts, these experts are quite unanimous to consider that prescription is a principle that is important for the good application of justice, the good way of driving justice in a country. Even it's, and in fact, this principle is bringing solution to four main tensions, and the two most important tensions that prescription is supposed to solve are, the first one is the balance between, and the balance is not even a good term, the tension between the rights to the personal duty, which means that justice must protect people, must protect individuals, and the guarantee of a fair trial, which means that after a certain times, it's complicated to provide a fair trial to someone. And so prescriptions is a good way of dealing with these two opposite forces, the right for the victim to be protected and the right for the criminal to be tried in certain time. And the second tension, a very basic tension, but it's a real tension, is really related to the resources of the justice. Justice and police do not have infinite resources. They must use these resources for the best. They must manage resources, and they must consider that they have to allocate resources to criminal pursuits and criminal justice. And so, since you do not have infinite resources, you have to establish priorities. You have to consider that you must prioritize certain prosecutions and not others. And so the prescription principle is a good way to say, well, if you do not have infinite resources and that you must establish priority, maybe old prosecutions should not be prioritized, and you should concentrate resources on recent, on current offenses and current crimes. It's not a very high value view of justice, but it's like that. And so prescription is a principle which helps to allocate resources of police and justice. This is the legal approach, and I think that most of legal experts, at least in France, as far as I can say, are agreeing on this view of prescription. If you consider the political approach to prescription, it's quite different, because political bodies are very closely related to the population's desires. And obviously, the populations is concerned with the right for the victims to be protected and justice to be served. And the political approach is more keen to protect the memory principle, the remembrance principle, than the oblivion principles. And in political discourses, prescription is often assimilated with some kind of impunity for criminals. It considers that criminals are protected by the prescription law. And so the political bodies, in France at least, but I think it's quite close in most countries, political bodies are often considering that prescription is some kind of benefit for the criminals, and the political bodies are often discussing about should prescription maintain, should delays, should time constraints be relaxed, etc., etc. And so the idea is that the prescription is always a make-do balance between the duty of remembrance and the agreed law of oblivion. And I would say that the digitization of society, the digitization of society is changing the current balance. It is addressing a very important challenge to justice and police in the management of time prescription. How does the digitization of society changes the balance? This is the second part of the presentation. Okay. There are two ways in which digitization is changing this balance between memory and oblivion. The first one is that the digitization is reshaping the practical conditions under which criminal proceedings operate. Basically, if prescription is a very ancient principle in French law, but also in others national laws, which was grounded in the idea that after a certain time, people are forgetting, or even they are dying. In the ancient times, people were dying after a very short life. And so if you were dealing with very ancient crimes, people were just dead. And so their memories was erased. But even if they were still alive, their memories were erasing. The evidence were destroyed, etc., etc. And so the basic idea was that it was very complicated to manage fair trials after a certain time. We see that digitization is changing obviously this principle, this idea. Digitization is helping you to capture, to make photos, to make videos, and you know that if you're looking at TV broadcasts or social networks, every crime in the world is now documented. You see people abducting others, you see people killing others, etc. All with these cameras, which are all over the world. We have very vivid scenes of crime scenes, etc., etc. The digitization of society helps magistrates and policemen to collect proofs and to collect evidences. They help people to refine evidence when they need it. So you don't have to go to the archives. You just have to put on your computer, and all the archives are here. So the digitization is really changing the way police are working, justice is working, and it helps police and justice to keep memory of crimes and to keep a vivid memory of crime. And so you can't say today that people are dying, that people are forgetting, that memories are erased, etc., etc., because you've got all the material evidence on your desktop. And so this is the first reason for digitization to change the balance between memory and oblivion. The fact that police and justice do not work like they were working a few centuries ago. The second idea is that the society itself is changed through the digitization process. And the digitization of society is changing the way people are related to crimes. I mean that if you look at media, traditional media or social media, it's the same phenomenon. The crime is really very present, is really occupying a very large place in these media, and especially social media. I don't want to blame social media especially, but we have to consider that social media are changing the way we're dealing with criminal facts, because the social media are giving us information. They are giving us, they are making sense of events. They can allow us to be part of events, etc. And so the duty of memory, the duty of remembrance is really something which is related to social media, and which is we're really living in a very intense memory of all what happens, especially crimes. And so I would say that social media and media too are really putting an emphasis on memory of things, remembrance. And I think that with the new capabilities of digitization, such as affective computing, I don't know, you know this expression? It's the fact that with the new techniques, you can very individually manage the emotions of people. It means that affective computing is looking at you through your webcam, your digital watch. If you have a digital watch, the social media is able to know that you are moved by something because your pulse is changing, your eye looks differently, etc., etc. And so you can manage the emotions of people, bringing them what they want, stopping when it's too much, etc., etc. And so with special violent emotions, such as emotions which are generated by crimes, you can manage in a very fine-tuning way the emotions of people. And so the overall idea is that the digitization is really breaking the traditional balance between oblivion and memory to the benefit of memory. I don't have any value judgment on that. I don't say that it's a good thing or a bad thing. I just consider that it's happening. And so the traditional balance between oblivion and memory, which is enshrined in the legal concept of prescription, is now out of date. We need to reconsider the concept of prescription. It's very difficult for legal experts and lawyers because it's a very sensitive question, but it's really a necessary reflection we have to deal with. And so this is the conclusion. The conclusion is that we're going to face in the very next years, I think, a very difficult debate in the political bodies about the prescription, the legal prescription. And I think that the legal experts and the political bodies will be in a great time of tensions because for political bodies, it will be complicated to resist the demand of society to be more on the side of victims, and the legal experts which consider that it's important to keep the prescription within the current balance it has reached. This is the end of the presentation. Thank you for your attention. So I welcome Professor Mauro Conti, who was lecturing until now and which is joining the panel now. But before the presentation by Professor Conti, I would like to give the floor to Octavia, which has a complicated challenge because she's going to give us a survey of what the challenges, the new challenges and threats are for our societies. The floor is yours, Octavia.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your kind introduction. And thank you all for being here with us today. I have a difficult mission. I will try to present you today the main emerging security challenges. I will try to explain you what is the theoretical approach on these emerging security challenges, how come we arrived to this evolution, how come they appeared in our international system. I will present the main characteristics of them, and then I will give you an example of how the international community deals with them, because there are approaches, there are efforts into managing these international emerging security challenges. And I will give you an example of how NATO is dealing with one of these emerging security challenges, namely the cyber threat. So the greatest challenge facing the international community stems from the quantity and from the complexity of the threats that have emerged in the last decades. These threats pose significant difficulties, not only in identifying them, but also in interpretation, because we deal with different perceptions of security between different social groups, between different states, and between different societies. At a time when risks may have multiple sources and are global in nature, the calculation of this risk is especially hard and difficult for states that have several adversaries and several vulnerabilities to address. So while traditional threats can be localized geographically, the new threats are very difficult to be localized, to be identified, and to be managed because they can come from everywhere and they can come in any kind or in any place. So this changing international environment started after the end of the Cold War. After the fall of the Berlin Wall and the subsequent shifting of international political environment, a new broader concept of security emerged and started to gain acceptance in the academia, but also in international organizations. This concept encompasses the social, the economic, the political area, and also the environmental area. We can include in this category resource scarcity, climate change, water scarcity, deforestation, and many other threats that deal with the changing environment in the 90s. And I identified three contextual factors that are responsible for this altered international environment. First of all, there is greater complexity in the post-Cold War era. We have an increased numbers of actors, so we have new types of actors in the system, and we also have new types of threats. So the interaction of these multiple types of actors on multiple levels increases the numbers of threats. Second of all, the level of uncertainty increased after the Cold War because these kind of threats are less predictable than the state-centric traditional military threat. These threats come from multiple sources. They can come from computer hackers, criminal organizations, terrorist organizations. They can be natural or man-made. So there is an increased degree of uncertainty in identifying them. And third of all, the last factor refers to the fact that international affairs have become more decentralized and regionalized after the Cold War. So regional issues have proliferated and they threaten the wider international area. And in this context, non-state actors take advantage of these vulnerabilities. Well, the world has gone through major transformations in the last decades. We have increased flows of capitals and increased flows of information and telecommunications. And this led to an increased degree of interdependency and interconnectivity in the world. And the concept that represents this increased degree is globalization. Globalization was a leitmotif, a buzzword in the 90s. And indeed, the literature talks about a range of benefits, including economic openness, political transparency, a global culture, interconnectivity of the markets. But globalization has also created many risks and challenges, not only opportunities. In recent years, the security effects of globalization have been the subject of intense debates, although the mainstream approach focuses on the economical aspects of globalization because it is easier to measure them. It is more difficult to talk about the security implications of globalization because it is difficult to measure the impact that globalization has on security. So globalization is like a double-edged sword. It creates numerous benefits, but it also leads to many risks and challenges, especially in developing countries or especially in poor countries. We have phenomena like social fragmentation, critical vulnerabilities, or even creating the seeds for violence of conflict. So if in the process of globalization, some groups are left behind, they are not considered, this can degenerate into a potential threat. Moreover, a variety of threats have become global in scope and more serious in their effects as a result of the spread of knowledge and of the technological revolution, the advanced technologies, and lately the new technologies that we are dealing with, artificial intelligence, so on and so forth. So in this context in which the state is not the main actor anymore, this means that the state is not the exclusive referent object of, and it is not the main embodiment of threats. And in this context, security threats become more difficult to measure and more difficult to identify because they can hit anyone and in any context. So, what is the theory telling us on this issue? Well, we had the traditional view on security, focused on the state-centric assumption, the military threat as the main one. And we now have a new model focusing on a broader concept of security. So the definition of security was enlarged in order to encompass these new types of actors and these new kinds of threats. So from a historical perspective, traditional security model was dominant in the Cold War, and the main concepts referred to the military power and to deterrence as a central focus. Security was associated with ensuring the physical characteristics of the state, the territorial integrity, and at the maximum level, the supremacy of the state. However, the evolution of the international system led to a critique of this traditional understanding, and this model was considered as being narrow, as having a narrow focus on traditional security. And debates emerged on how to enlarge this concept in order to encompass the non-military issues and the new types of actors. Of course, that we have two directions of expansions initially. The first one referred to the fact that security should encompass the non-military domains, including ecological, economic, political, and societal. And the second one referred to the fact that the referent object of security should not be limited to the state. So other types of actors should be included in this category. And after these contested meanings, the perception of security was also considered because these authors realized that security matters, but it also matters how security is perceived in different parts of the globe. So security today is more complex, more divisive, and is demanding an encompassing approach, a comprehensive approach. So the challenges to traditional security referred mainly to the emergence of this complex international system, and it requested for new areas to be added. And of course that we have a very important contribution of the Copenhagen School that introduced the concept of securitization and that introduced the sectors of security, the ecological, social, political, and military one. And of course that the differences between these actors initially focused on whether remaining state-centric or adding new types of actors or modifying the referent object from the state to the individual level. Well, after this short presentation of how the theoretical approach evolved, we arrived at a new analytical framework that proposes some questions in order to understand what is international security now and which are the main emerging security challenges. The first question refers to security for what? Which are the core values that are to be defended? Because traditionally we referred to the physical characteristics of the state, territorial integrity, so on and so forth. Now We have new types of core values like individual core values, human security, so on and so forth. Security for whom? We should understand the level at which we are operating, whether it is the state, society, or individuals. Security achieved through which means, whether they can be military, political, or economic. And security at what cost? What is the cost that states are prepared to pay in order to defend their citizens according to this encompassing definition, not to the traditional one? And this led to new concepts like human security, sustainable security, or cooperative security. Well, probably you know that human security refers to the security of individuals in general. Well, sustainable security refers at the situation in which a state can guarantee the security of the citizens without affecting the environment. So guaranteeing the conditions for the future development of other generations. And a new concept, the one of cooperative security, refers to defending the alliance or the country or the organization from threats coming from within, threats coming from outside, but also to promoting security. So this is maybe the most encompassing concept of security, the cooperative security. Passing to the this big basket that we are talking, that we are detailing today, new emerging security challenges. As the previous speakers already mentioned, we can include threats like local and international terrorism, cyber threats, whether to public or to private networks, the spread of diseases and pandemics, vulnerabilities to critical infrastructures of the states, dependency on globalized chains, extreme weather conditions, organized criminal networks, and chemical, biological, or radioactive nuclear weapons. Well, not all of these threats are new. Some of them existed, but they are exacerbated by the new technologies, and they can have a disruptive potential if they fall into the wrong hands. If they are used by terrorist organizations or other kinds of non-state actors, they can have a disruptive potential. This is what makes them emerging challenges, because the states or the organizations are not having the instruments in order to deal with them in the present conditions. Let's start with the new wars. So violent ethnic conflicts are often referred as new wars or civil wars, and they have replaced somehow the ideological competition or as a major source of conflict. Well, these types of conflict often extend beyond the state's territory, affecting neighboring states through interstate violence, refugee flows, and increased organized crime. The challenge comes from the fact that social media can be used in order to promote some kind of propaganda or to mobilize masses. In what regards the weapons of mass destruction, the concerns about the use of weapons of mass destruction by terrorist groups and by raw states poses a serious global threat. So the challenge comes from the fact that it is very difficult to prevent the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction by state and non-state actors, because states can be involved in some kinds of treaties, negotiations, agreements, but non-state actors cannot be involved in this kind of mechanisms. What about cybersecurity? Well, cybersecurity might seem something that affects us all, but maybe we are not aware of the fact that the cyber area is an operational domain. It is a distinct space that can be militarized, that has to be defended, and that can create damages to state security, but also to international security. We have on the one side the threats derived from the new technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, autonomous devices. And we see in recent conflicts, like the conflict in Ukraine, for example, how the use of specific technologies can influence the response of the state. In what regards cyber terrorism, this has emerged as significant security challenges because cyber attacks can target critical civilian structure, but also private networks, communication networks, computerized infrastructures, so on and so forth. And the problem refers to a concept which is called attribution. Attribution refers to the difficulty in establishing proof of culpability. If an individual launches a cyber attack using servers all around the globe, it is very difficult to find them, first of all, to identify if it acted in the name of a country or in the name of an international, of a non-governmental organization, or if it was a lone wolf, like it is called. Let's suppose that this is established. What happens afterwards? Which are the sanctions that can be taken against these individuals? It is very difficult to establish who has the competency to take these sanctions and when they should be applied. In the case of cyber attacks, a response has to come in nanoseconds in order to prevent further penetration of the network or a major damage. And this is very difficult to happen, especially in the case of big international organizations with complicated decision-making processes, so on and so forth. So most modern attacks do not fit this single aggressor paradigm with the already existing response mechanisms. Drug production and trafficking has become a serious security problem with consequences in the fields of the social area, political and economical area. We mention also the political and the social area because they include corruption and political instability in the affected region. The challenge comes from the fact that they can be used by terrorist organizations, and the evolving relationship between the narcotics trade and terrorism has gained attention in the security discourse, and this creates challenges for the international organizations that are trying to deal with this kind of challenge. We have a long list of threats coming from environmental degradation and water scarcity. Increasing global population coupled with the industrialization has created increased damages to the environment and has devastating consequences in what regards interstate conflicts. On the one hand, environmental disruptions like droughts, floods, earthquakes can lead to scarcity of resources, and this can lead to tensions between specific groups. And on the other hand, the already existing scarcity in different resources can create conflicts and tensions between states and different groups. And these circumstances can trigger military confrontations and armed conflicts. Of course, that we have many examples of water-related tensions. For example, in Somalia, clashes over water wheels and pastoral lands lead for conflicts that lasted for years. So apart from these threats derived from the scarcity of resources, we also have transboundary environmental threats. These are threats that are not manifesting at national level. They are manifesting worldwide. So they encompass transboundary air pollution, ozone depletion, biodiversity degradation, and they can only be managed at international level. So this is why we have the need for multinational and multilateral solution, because the complexity of these challenges requires multilateral efforts in order to provide more viable solutions. The food scarcity is a phenomena that affects, according to some statistics, millions of people worldwide. The definition of food security, according to the Food Agriculture Organization of the UN, refers to ensuring that all people have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food in order to have a healthy life. So you can imagine that this is not happening in each area of the globe, and we have worsening situation after 2008, for example, when there has been an increase in global food prices, and this put a lot of categories in danger. The situation worsened after 2009 with a total number of hungry people that surpassed 1 billion, and the situation worsened even more with the war in Ukraine, when the shortages affected entire continents, not only countries. Other concerns refer to the currency inflation and civil unrest that are posing additional challenges in this regard. So there is the need for coherent measures and for effective measures in order to ease the effects of these challenges on vulnerable categories. One of the last challenges refers to population migration. Well, traditionally, migration has been seen as being beneficial both for the destination country and for the source country. But however, with the new media, it was framed in a negative way. It has become increasingly politicized and framed in a negative way, leading to a situation in which migrants are seen as a threat, especially after the 9/11 terrorist attacks. The security concerns in respect to this challenge of migration increased, and these irregular migrants or asylum seekers are viewed as a potential threat to state sovereignty or to security. However, namely the UN is undergoing a lot of efforts into ensuring that the definition of security takes into consideration this challenge and the interest of this category of people. There are also growing threats from pandemics. We can refer to the fact that factors like population, dislocation, environmental degradation can contribute to the spread of these diseases, and this happened before the COVID-19 pandemic. This had an impact of globalization. So globalization facilitated the exchange of these trends along with goods and services, and it fostered the spread of these infectious diseases, which are the leading cause of death in specific continents. This has social and economical risks because they can affect entire groups of population, and in poor countries where the medical infrastructure is lacking, it can lead to increased conflict at the social level. We also have in the literature some authors which are focusing on the fact that the emergence of new powers might be considered a new emerging security challenge. This is not a new phenomena, and in my opinion, we should refer rather to the new trends in the attitude of these new emerging powers, because we had this configuration of bipolarity, unipolarity, then multipolarity, and states had global interest during this period, only that now they have a more assertive position in following their interests. And if we refer to this shift from the unipolar to the multipolar, or we can name China, for example, which from an economical point of view faced a strong increase in its economy, and it experienced a rapid economic growth. And lately, it also increased its efforts into having a supremacy position. Nonetheless, we have Russia, which after the assertive position that it manifested in the 2000, for example, it passed to an aggressive position. So it passed to invading a neighboring state. And of course, that this is led to the interests and the conflicts between those two respective states, but it is also connected with the balance of power. If we look at the last security strategies of the Russian Federation, we can see that they state clearly that they do not recognize this international liberal order and that they want to overthrow it. So they are challenging the actual hegemon. So maybe these are the trends that derive from the role of new powers. Well, how are the international organizations responding to these threats? I will give you one example. I will talk you about how NATO is dealing with cybersecurity threats. So NATO realized early in respect to other organizations that it has to deal with this new spectrum of threats. But it also realized that too much protection would constrain people. And this is not according to the principles of NATO. This undermines the way of life that NATO defends, okay? And of course that there was a debate between whether the response in case of a cyber attack should be a national one or it should come from NATO. And the allies were divided on this issue. So the first step was to give a mandate, so to put this priority in a strategic document. And this happened with the 2010 strategic concept, which recognized the fact that NATO has to act in the cyber area. The second step was to create a structure to deal with these threats. And we have the Emerging Security Challenges Division, which deals with all these emerging security threats. And the third step referred to developing coherent policies. So first of all, NATO elaborated a cyber defense plan. Then in the NATO summit in Warsaw in 2016, it adopted a cyber defense pledge. And according to this cyber defense pledge, NATO recognizes that the cyberspace is operational. This means that it will be defended as air, land, and sea. But it says that the main responsibility in case of a terrorist attack is on the national state. Only in a second moment, NATO can come and help the allies. And of course that we also have some years ago, the comprehensive cyber defense policy that supports NATO's core tasks. The last step refers to capacity building. So NATO tried to establish some partnerships with other organizations all around the globe, with the European Union, for example, and it collaborates with the national CERT. These are the Computer Emergency Response Teams. So these are some examples of how NATO responded to this cyber threat. Another important element refers to the fact that NATO adopted this concept of resilience. Resilience become a leitmotif in academia and also in the language of international organizations lately. And according to the cyber defense pledge, each ally pledged to improve its resilience and ability to respond quickly and effectively to cyber threats. Well, what do we understand by resilience? Well, this is a concept coming from the technical area. It refers to the ability of a material to resist a shock and to recover afterwards. And when I tried to identify the main definitions of this term, I understood that Academia defines it in a way, NATO in another way, and the European Union, for example, in a totally different way. Therefore, there is the need to clarify what each organization understands by this concept. And I took the main criteria of this concept and applied them to the 2010 strategic concept and to the communique of the NATO summit in Warsaw. And I saw that most of them were not existing in the previous document, whereas in the second one, NATO tried to deal with them and to approach the implementation of this concept into its procedures. And I realized that a unique definition of resilience cannot be applied to all international organizations and to all cases. So I made the distinction between general social resilience, specific social resilience, and the technical layers. So the general social resilience refers to the situation in which a community is attacked, a society, a state is attacked, and the EU and NATO are trying to act at this level, whereas specific social resilience refers to individual efforts into creating resilience. And the technical layers refers to the infrastructure that are attacked, because in the case of NATO, they are trying to ensure the resilience of the critical infrastructure, the transport infrastructure, the resilient resources of food and water, resilient systems of communication, so on and so forth. So if we are trying to reach a conclusion, globalization has created a lot of benefits, but also a lot of threats. We have new types of actors that are operating in this international environment, and they are generating new types of threats that cannot be approached at the national level, and they can only be approached at international level. And this shift in the global power structure tells that we cannot wait for decades like it happened in the case of the conventional threat. It took decades for the members of NATO in order to share their capabilities. We cannot afford to lose decades in the case of the cyber threat, for example. If it has to be defended, it has to be done now. Thank you.
Thank you, Octavia, for this very broad and enlightening presentation of the emerging threats and challenges of the 21st century. We're going to go on and delve with the last presentation.
Yeah,
yes, I can. By Professor Mauro Conti, who is going to talk about cyber issues.
Clicker. Sì.
La presentazione?
Sì. Mm-hmm. Sì, sì.
Non abbiamo la presentazione. Abbiamo la presentazione del professore.
Anche, visto che c'è un link su YouTube. No, mi ricordo.
Non, il fait chaud.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Sorry for joining late. I see that in this room there is need for oxygen and coffee. I can see from the face. Sorry for joining late. Sorry for the panelists, and I mean I missed some of the speech from my panelist fellow. So I hope not, but I might overlap with some of the topic. I'm sorry I didn't hear to them because I was actually curious. I mean, at least I made it to hear one of them, and we will follow up with the discussion anyway. So my point of view is on the cybersecurity perspective. I work for the last 15, 20 years in the cybersecurity domain from the research side. When I do my talk, people keep telling me that I'm negative. I always talk about bad stuff. They go away and say, oh, now we know a lot of bad things. So I don't want to give you this mood. And maybe this audience is already well prepared. And we all know that humans are actually not always nice to behave. So actually, I want to start with this. So just a disclaimer for what I do. It seems that it's actually is a genetic component somehow for humans to behave in a bad way. Then, of course, there are psychological components, social components, and so on. So it's not my fault if people behave badly. And also from the crime theory, we know that every time there are all of these components, there is an opportunity, a means, a motive. Then in the middle of intersection of this, probably some crime. Somebody will maliciously exploit the means and the opportunity and running this with a motive to do something bad, okay? And cybersecurity is just adding a technological component to this, okay? So we know for years now we have computers, smartphones, and doing a cyber crime, it just means having your motive to do something bad together with technology. So you might do the bad things in the technology domain, or you might leverage the technologies to do something bad in the physical domain. And one important thing that we tend to somehow forget that, I mean, if we talk about cyber, I guess most of you think about indeed these components here, but cyber is also cyber physical. And nowadays we have to be aware that we are surrounded by a lot of IoT devices and cyber physical systems devices. So probably if you think at everything you have done from this morning when you wake up till now, you used a lot of cyber physical system, even that are not smartphones and computers that of course you're still using here, even somebody typing, right? Cyber physical system means every component that has a cyber component plus a physical one. So you probably turned on lights in your house this morning. There is a cyber physical system behind that. There is, of course, a physical component, electric current flowing in cables, but all that system nowadays basically will just not work at all without a cyber component, okay? And then imagine we are in the center. Somebody can exploit this maliciously to do something bad to the smart grid infrastructure, or to use the smart grid infrastructure to do some other damages, of course, being motivated in some way, being whatever, a terrorist, a state, criminal, or whatever. You probably came here with a car, even if you don't have a Tesla and you have like 5, 10 years old car, that is a cyber physical system. You have definitely a cyber component in your car. And guess what? That can also be hacked. Yes, maybe till now there were no motive to do this. There was no reason, there was no opportunity. But if one day there will be, crime will be likely to be there. If you come with other means of transport, public transport, I don't want to mention trains, airplanes, they are all cyber physical systems. Okay, so we should be careful about this. And in terms of, I mean, where we are going as humans, governments, we should be careful and think, okay, who can be a bad guy here? Why people should do something in that intersection here, right? There are a lot of reasons and a lot of different type of adversaries. We were even discussing between difference between adversaries, enemies. Here, let's just think is an entity that is doing something, abusing somehow the system. For malicious, actually, there might be scenarios that I discussed which are not necessarily, let's say, malicious per se, might start with very high, justification, like protecting the society, for example, but might use cyber components. So who are the adversaries nowadays? Who are the cyber criminals? People doing crime or abusing the IT system, the cyber physical system for some reason, might be simple hackers. We still have this stereotype of I mean, which is given by movies of this kid or younger teenagers in this room that is doing a lot of things, attacking the NATO or NSA or whatever. Yes, maybe there are some of these things. Attacks are becoming more and more complicated, right? There are even a lot of tools, so there might still be this type of single hackers. They might be motivated by just visibility in the community, okay? They usually don't have a real goal to gain something, to do some damage to some state or some population and so on. But actually, we might also have other type of adversaries, other entities. I saw in the panel there was somebody talking about drugs. I always am amazed about the fact that criminals own submarines to transport drugs, right? I say, how can this be? These are so visible. And this happens, right? So do not be impressed if criminals can buy a lot of computational power, can know a lot about technology, about cybersecurity, about IT, can collaborate and collude with scientists, unfortunately also, right? So they can be really cutting edge in what you need to know in terms of technology. And this is a nice example. I mean, this is, different narco submarine, and this is a real military submarine. And this is some info about the cost. So that just to tell you that adversary might not have any, well, definitely there is always a physical bound, but they might not have the bound you might think about the resources they might have to run attack. So if there is a motivation, somebody that might be a company, that might be a competitor, can be a government, can be a state, no worries, they will have enough money, enough power to set up what you need to run attacks, right? If you want to manipulate the democracy of another country, that might be a good motivation if you can do it in the cyberspace, right? So here we have also a sample where, I mean, of course, security and crypto also here, it's there for 1,000 years, right? I mean, here, top left, you see the Caesar ciphers. So ciphers that were used to encrypt messages was quite weak, I would say. Nowadays, we know very well. But that was an example that was already used in the Roman Empire time to encrypt communication, right? And on the right, you have a more, let's say, recent scenario. You probably recognize Turing, that was one of the, founding father for computer science in general, and also for cybersecurity and crypto. He gave an important contribution. During the Second World War, the cyber component, that I would say maybe is more crypto component, but the crypto and cyber component played basically a crucial role. So it seems that thanks to the contribution of this machine, they were able to, from one side, decrypt the messages of let's say, Nazi and others allied, and they were able to encrypt their messages in a better way. So this technology played an important role in the government, in the wars, in the society, in the peace and whatever. And most recently, you might have heard about the PRISE project. Raise your hand. Ever heard about this project? No? Okay, interesting. So if not, I would suggest to take a look at this book about Edward Snowden. He was a person collaborating with the CIA. And of course, every state, even democratic state, should and must have intelligence service that help protect our society. We should be thankful to them. But this is just a fact. He revealed what was happening inside the CIA. And you have this end-to-end encryption in your WhatsApp messages, and you think, oh, nobody can spy on your messages. You see that, there was this case of the government wanted to access to Apple phone, right? And there was no possibility to access the phone. This is what happened. This is one of the slides. There are many now. This is open source information. This is one of the slides that was a secret information. You see, there was top secret everywhere. And basically, the government, of course, starting with a good purpose, a good intention. They were somehow colluding and talking with big companies that we know and use every day. I mean, Yahoo is not that popular anymore, but others are definitely still there. And they were collaborating with this company, I mean, to put in a simple way to, let's say, spy on what people were doing. Of course, I hope spy for the good. And I guess, but this is an example of what that project was about. So this just to underline that, yes, I mean, of course, now the world is a lot technological. All our life is on cyber systems, cyber physical, is about data. Data is the most exchanged good in the world. And then, of course, we need to protect and act in this world. Another example of, very popular example about what happened in the cyber world. This is also quite, some years ago, fact, there are more recent ones, about using cyber component for a warfare act, okay, to disrupt something that was going on. Have you ever heard about Stuxnet? Never? Okay. So Stuxnet, it was basically a virus, a worm, a specific type of virus. But anyway, it was a malware that was allegedly, of course, there is no official report saying what happened, but allegedly it was developed by US government together with the Israeli government with the goal of disrupt the nuclear plan of Iran. Okay? So it was a virus you could have had in your machine, but of course this virus was designed in a way such that it would have understood whether it was in a nuclear plant somehow or not. So if it was in your machine, this specific virus probably would have just ignored you. But the goal was indeed to reach the nuclear plants in Iran, and actually they did it. So they colluded with companies again, with particularly with Microsoft and Siemens. You know, Microsoft is one of the producer of one of the most popular operating system, and Siemens is one of the producer of PLC, which are these industrial components you find in industry, right? In the industry, production plants or whatever, and a lot of other system, in a lot of other cyber physical system, you find this PLC. PLC are basically just small computer actuators that can turn on and off valves, lights, do your production, and so on. So basically, they leverage the knowledge of these two companies about 0 days attack. What are 0 days attack? So what happens in the cybersecurity usually is there are a lot of vulnerabilities found every day. Even for Microsoft, probably several per day, they are found because it's a huge code, right? It's a very complex operating system. We also did that as a research group. We found some vulnerability, we contacted Microsoft, and this is how it should go, right? I mean, the responsible disclosure or the honest ethical behavior should be this. You contact the company, you tell the company, look, I found you have a problem. Maybe you want to fix it. I will give you time. Even if I am a researcher and I want to show up in the conference, say, I found this, I will not do it, or at least I will wait. I give you time to fix it. Once you fix it, you send the patch, how it is called, you send the updates to all the software worldwide, and then I will write my research article, and you will put me on your website and say, I helped you. Okay, this is how it goes. But it can go other ways. For example, I might find vulnerabilities like we found. This is not what we did, of course, but what could happen is that I go in the dark web, I find somebody asking for vulnerabilities and paying a lot of money. You don't know who is behind. There might be anybody, there might be some intelligence service from some country. They give you a lot of money and you sell them a vulnerability and they can use it, okay? So in this case, was just, let's say, direct knowledge between the companies and the government. And what they say to Microsoft is, you know about some vulnerabilities because users are reporting vulnerabilities to you every day, okay? You know some vulnerabilities. So what we do, you don't fix the vulnerability. So you leave all the operating system exposed to this vulnerability. You tell me the vulnerability, we collaborate, and we use it to enter inside one system, and that target system was computer of the nuclear plants. Particularly was a computer in the administration, okay? They did multiple hopes to move from the computer of the administration to the PLC, but they managed, and they managed leveraging several of these 0 days vulnerability. So nobody knew about this vulnerability. Then they reached the Siemens PLC. They spoke with Siemens. They say, okay, look, now you tell us how to exploit a vulnerability in your PLC. And actually what they did, I don't remember the technical detail, but basically in the nuclear plants, there are some turbines that they need to rotate at some given specific speed for some reason, which I don't know. They were playing with the speed and the frequency of rotation of these turbines. And of course, that was resulted in an anomaly. And then the responsible of the nuclear plants were noticing this anomaly. They were shutting down the plants, investigating what was going on, taking, of course, not 5 minutes, that's a nuclear plant. And then we're trying to restart the nuclear plant, which is, again, not just turning on the lights. And then, again, the same vulnerability or anomaly came up, right? And, yeah, it seems this actually helped a lot to slow down the nuclear plan of Iran. Actually, you see these are official declaration of ministry or politicians in Iran. They didn't say, you did it, I have approved, this is an act and whatever, but they said something, enemy spy services were responsible of Stuxnet, okay? So this is how nowadays warfare is done. And just to mention something fancy that I recall in terms of cybersecurity, something happened during the pandemic time that had a bit of visibility in the community, at least. I don't know whether you know this, but there was, at a point, there was one interview in one of the lab where they were doing a vaccine, and then in the wall, was in Italy, of course, was a TG3 news. So in the wall, in the hospital, there was attached a A4 paper with written username, password, okay? That's just to tell you how much, information we leak, without putting attention. And going back to the Stuxnet, it seems that some of the information that they used to run this attack were information available on the website of the presidency, Ahmadinejad president. So he was showing off at the nuclear plant, say, oh, you see, we have the nuclear plant, blah, blah. And there was a picture of him with behind the topology of the nuclear plant. So because of this open source intelligence, they were able to know how the plan was structured and then what the actions they should have done. Okay, this is just an example. Actually, there have been many of such attacks recently. Stuxnet, you see, it's like quite old now. I don't know whether you remember, for example, that Ukraine, of course, even before the current war, 1 month before, there was a massive cyber attack to all the government infrastructures in Ukraine. I see somebody nodding. There was a massive cyber attack before throwing the first bomb, right? And of course, cyber attacks have an impact, right, on infrastructures. You can slow down infrastructure, you can steal data, you can know information and so on. But even before, like few years before, 2015, there was also a cyber attack to the smart grid. And Ukraine was in blackout for several hours, I don't remember, days or so, but there was a big cyber attack. And this is an example of, what can happen in the cyber world between states. More recently, you might have heard about Colonial Pipeline, for example, is an attack that where US was victim about distribution plant for gasoline, or Florida water system, where water distribution systems was under attack. That is also definitely a cyber physical thing. Imagine if somebody is able to get control of a plant for water purification and do something opposite of what they should do. Okay, imagine the consequences. These, unfortunately, can technically happen. And if you think of the first slide, when there is a means, an opportunity, and so on, we should be careful that crime might be there. Okay, I don't want to bother with a lot of details about this. There are, of course, several organized crimes where behind there might be anything, companies, state, companies, for example, states that are using ransomware attacks to get a lot of funding. It seems that governments like North Korea is using a lot of ransomware attack to get funding. You know ransomware. You probably have heard, right? I mean, ransomware is one of those attacks that, again, going back to the first slides, so why ransomware is so popular nowadays, right? I mean, a ransomware type of attack could have been possible even 10 years ago. I could have attacked your organization, blocked your computer, stealing data, and then asking for money. But 10 years ago, the only way for me, let's say, to simplify, the only way to ask for money would have been to tell you, oh, you know, this is my IBAN, please send money. But probably before the money, Carabinieri would have come, right? But now I can tell you, okay, now I compromise your infrastructure. I blocked your infrastructure, and a lot of companies, even in Veneto region, even very known one, have been victim of this. I block your infrastructure, I take your data, and I tell you, look, if you don't pay me $500,000 by day after tomorrow, I will not restore your data and leak all your data to anybody in the public, okay? This is now possible because there are cryptocurrencies, right? If I ask you not send money to my IBAN, but I ask you to send money to a given address, which is just a pseudonym, not connected to me in any way, Carabinieri will have hard life to catch me, right? And this is unfortunately what is happening. This is very hard to catch or to disguise crime. And let me go back. And for example, there are a lot of crime, organized crime that do even these kind of things, which is ransomware as a service. Ransomware as a service is a platform. It's like Amazon, right? Amazon, you go there as a customer, you choose what you want, you buy, you order. And behind there is some other set of people selling products, right? The same things is going on. It's going on here, similar. There is a business, right? So there is a motive. There is an opportunity. There is a means. You can do attacks. You can be anonymous. So what criminals like these gangs do, they collect information. They buy information in the dark web. You find a vulnerability. Okay, give us $50 or 50K euros or dollars, whatever. You found credentials about whatever organization. Okay, I buy. And then I act as the Amazon of ransomware, nothing against Amazon, just to cite a common example. I do the intermediary. And what I do is somebody comes and tell me, oh, I want to attack this organization. I say, okay, let me look. Oh, okay, for this organization, I have some credential, some vulnerability. Okay, I can do it for you. I am the Amazon. I can intermediate. I will do the attack. You don't need to be at all knowledgeable about cybersecurity. You just need to pay me a fee, right? We do the attack. We ask $500,000. I get 50K. Fine, deal. This is what's happening, and this is what these organizations are doing. So they are in the cybersecurity business as companies, and they do these kind of things. There are, of course, a lot of other things that you can do as a malicious actor. I mean, sending spam, doing denial of service attacks, and so on. And some of these organizations are in this business. Just to cite another, unfortunately not so recent, because there have been other ones. After this started, the war and the cyber war between Russia and Ukraine. This is one post by the vice prime ministers calling for IT cybersecurity support. Say, okay, look, we need to do the cyber war. We might not have enough power, and the good and bad thing of the technologies is that you don't need to be in Ukraine. You can help Ukraine or Russia, if you like, from anywhere in the world, right? You just need to have a bandwidth and you can help. And actually, this tweet has been actually removed afterwards, but this is what's happening now. I mean, I'm not sure this is up to date, But here you see the list of cyber criminal organizations that are supporting Ukraine. It was, I don't remember when this snapshot has been taken, but it was 44 international, mostly anonymous group, actually even anonymous, which is one of the cyber crime organization or hacking organization. And then there are 63 groups working for or supporting in the cyber attacks Russia. Okay. I'm not sure I'm going with the time, but I will try to wrap up in a short while, not to delay from an interesting discussion and then lunch as well. These are some other means. Of course, we're humans, so anything works. I mean, it's not there is no fairness here, unfortunately, in this type of attacks. So you see, for example, that people were abusing Tinder or other platforms to get in touch with people, to get disclosed information, and so on. Of course, another big issue, and also we kind of project on what is next, is information warfare. So you can do cyber attack. With a cyber component, you can attack systems, you can attack infrastructures, you can attack governments. Unfortunately, even in Italy, we have recently not so nice for us example of how easily, unfortunately, institution can be attacked, right? With a phone call that our president received or made. So there are a lot of ways, and there are a lot of even social engineering ways that people can exploit to gain information and get access to systems. One other big thing that is going on in our time, we live in interesting times, is that there is a big information warfare campaign and activity. What is information warfare is, again, that we are human after all, right? So we have our own psychology. I'm not sure whether you're expert in psychology, but you know there are a lot of ways to influence what we think, okay? Yes, and then if there is a way to influence what we think, and if there is, for somebody, some reason, motivation, and gain to influence a country, for example, to vote for X rather than Y, why not? Might be more efficient than throwing bombs, right? And this is actually going on. And okay, we have done several studies on this, not only us, of course. I mean, worldwide is a very important also research topic. And there is a demonstration that somehow there are a lot of activities of this type. Like, for example, AstroTurf, where you see actors that looks like common people, but behind these common people of some regular person profile, there are actually state actors, right? You see a common profile that looks like a UniPD student, but behind that profile, there is somebody that is trying to let you think or believe or change your opinion on something. And of course, there are bots, and even in Italy, I mean, even all parties basically that have been studied demonstrating that there are use of bots and these kind of technologies to try to, I mean, somehow control or influence or help spreading whatever they think. A couple of other interesting things that happened. We saw the example of Alan Turing that had a significant impact in the Second World War. This is something happened right after the Second World War. So there was a very interesting company in Switzerland building ciphers, right? Ciphers are just machines that military, for example, use, or NATO or other use to encrypt information, right? Or presidents of councils should use to encrypt information, right? Imagine this was a company, was a trusted company, of course. It was a company in Switzerland, state which is kind of independent, not connected with I mean others in the wars and so on. So most Western countries were actually trusting this company, buying these devices. And you know what? It has been revealed couple of years ago that this company was owned by CIA. So it means that basically, I mean, all the governments that bought these infrastructures, they were possibly spied by CIA. I mean, I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just telling you what can happen. And there is actually a joke in the community say, you cannot choose not to be spied. You can only choose by whom you can be spied, right? And this is another, I mean, interesting things to mention. You probably know Kaspersky. Again, I'm nothing against any of the company I mentioned, any of the state, of course, the government and so on, but just telling you what's going on, just to understand where we live, right? Kaspersky is a very famous brand for antiviruses. You know what antiviruses do, right? So they sit in your computer or in the network and they try to tell you, oh, there is something bad going on. To do this in a computer is not just any other regular software that you run, which is anyway could be a problem, is a very powerful software. It has a software that can do a lot of things on your computer. Otherwise, you would not seriously be able to do the job that it does, right? So till a few months back, many of, like say, police forces in Italy were using this in their computers. So if, I'm not saying it happens, but if a government can control or talk to a company, this is, for example, a Russian one, just as an example, can talk to a company, that it means that the company might help the government. And if the government say, oh, can you help me spy on this computer? Probably this can happen, technically happen, okay? I'm not saying it happened. I can say it can technically happen. So this is something governments in general should put a lot of attention. Like if you buy any, I mean, hardware from companies worldwide that might sell you the hardware for a cheaper price, and then you install it in your telecom infrastructure in your country, like, of course, we have done also in Italy, then you cannot be impressed if one day you turn out to find that somebody is spying with that device, right? Okay, next step, and I wrap up. What is coming next is the big word of artificial intelligence and AI and huge amount of data that we share, right? So this is a big word. AI is an amazing tool for doing a lot of services, is an amazing tool for the cybersecurity, but is a tool like submarines. Somebody else can own it and know it and control it very well. And AI is not perfect. Any other cyber component might have its own vulnerabilities, and these vulnerabilities might be leveraged by malicious actors. This is an example of using AI for generating fake tools. And this is some of our research we have done to show how you can actually, in a very simple way, mess up with these technologies. Like here, for example, we show that if you have these tools that, for example, do sentiment analysis of a page, if you randomly put love in the middle, it will mess up. Or we have done also some other work, some published recently, actually last month, on messing up the translation, the automatic translation, okay? Imagine the scenario might be this. So the only things that the adversary need to do is to inject some invisible character. I mean, this is actually an example, right? So I want to kill you. You know that the correct translation for those that are Italians are not "Ti voglio bene," which means I love you. But we managed to tell or to let the translator tell us that the translation for "I want to kill you" is "Ti voglio bene," right? I love you. That's very nice, but also interesting, because if you apply this and you apply an automatic translation to, let's say, for example, a Russian website, so the Russians that read in Russians, they can read something bad, imagine whatever. And if you read an automatic translation, you might read something different, right? So this is just an example on how even AI, which is an amazing tool, can be abused. So we are living in an interesting time, but we have to keep our eyes open. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Conti. I'm going to give the floor to my colleague, Frederic, for some preliminary comments, and then we'll have questions in the audience.
Yeah, thank you. As a discussant, I won't make no long speech and only maybe short remarks and a few questions before leaving you the floor. And the first remark is to say that I'm very glad to be the discussant in this panel, not only because I learned a lot of things. I'm a historian and not involved in new challenges, but what is very interesting is that these new challenges and traditional security problems inside domestic societies and in international relations are very intertwined. And I'm more and more convinced on that. And I must repeat what Valentine Lomelini said yesterday during her presentation. We must consider terrorism as a historical issue. And it is true for these new threat and new challenges. Didier Danet told about remembrance and oblivion in the frame of these new conditions and in the frame of cyberspace. But you know that we historians like to say that there is nothing new under the big sun, and this question of oblivion is very, very ancient. And for instance, we can talk about the ancient Greece. Greece, of course, it was admitted that oblivion and pardon could exist, but maybe more recently, if it is not very recent, I can quote the Indemnity and Oblivion Act that was made in 1660, just after the English Civil War, and it was an act of the Parliament at the moment of the restoration of the king. And this Parliament of England made an act for everyone who had committed crimes during the English Civil War, except for those involved in the regicide of King Charles I, and certain crimes like murders, rapes, piracy, or witchcraft, which was a murder at the moment. So this is a necessary strategy of conflict resolution, and it clearly appeared in Didier Danet's presentation. What was very interesting, I want to begin with Didier and then the order to order my thoughts. It's more practical to me, and I propose to make this kind of just brief commentary and then ask the question one by one, and only one question, and then I leave you the floor. So the question I want to ask to Didier is concerning this political approach, the fact that prescription can mean possibly means impunity, but can lead to reconciliation. And there is a need for reconciliation, as we can see all over the world, in Africa, for instance, in Rwanda, and in South Africa, for instance. Digitization, he said, and you said, undermine the principle of oblivion, but you involve the social media in this phenomenon. But on the contrary, can't we say that social media and media, or short, have a propension to quit a topic to another? And in fact, memory cannot resist to social media, and oblivion, if it's not legal, in fact, becomes forgotten in the story. I just maybe give an example. It's linked to what we are living living today. And it happens in Germany, where the Yazidi community is protesting about the future government project about immigration. And this community said, we are in danger if we come back to Iraq. So we need justice. We need to be recognized as refugees. We don't want oblivion. So the question of the Yazidi seems to be forgotten, and it was very recent. Is it due to the social media, to digitization? That's my question. And maybe you can answer directly, and then I continue with others. No, you prefer? Okay, okay. So you can think, and during this, I wanted to say something about the presentation of Colonel Giuseppe de Magistris, who very brilliantly showed us the complexity of the mission of different actors, military men and carabinieri and gendarmerie, for instance. And it reminds me maybe a prototype, historical prototype of this kind of missions. It happens in 1921 in Upper Silesia between Germany and Poland, where populations, and population as we've seen it are eminent actors of our topics. And in fact, the region had to be given to Poland in the first time after the Versailles Treaty. Then it was decided that there will be a poll, in fact, a plebiscite. People had to decide whether they had to become German or Polish. And of course, at this moment, before the vote, nationalist groups were fighting together, and a force was sent, many 10,000 French, but more than 2,000 Italian soldiers and British soldiers. And the problems were exactly what the peacekeeping missions knew in former Yugoslavia, for instance, because they had to protect the population, they had to contain the fighters without using their arms, and they have to food the population, they have to be neutral, and they had sometimes enormous problems with the population who didn't were not so confident towards the French soldiers concerning the German population, and it is an example. So my question is, as you explained the dimension of the role of the gendarmerie, and as you're a man of who has an experience on the ground, my question is how, as you said, generating population benevolence, what are the means to make them recognize your authority and your protection, in fact, and do the new technologies are useful for this or not? We had a very broad presentation by Octavia Moisey and very clear framework of the new challenges. They are a lot, as you noticed, and I cannot, of course, talk of everything, but I simply remark for the moment the fact that even if old problems still exist, and what are old problems, in fact? people fighting other people, killings, massacres, wars for territorial topics, but new technologies and these international or internal state issues are maybe exaggerated by new technologies. You made a list, a very pertinent list of threats and and I just sum up the new level of uncertainty towards hybrid threats and terrorism, more decentralized international issues, and the economical effects of the globalization. But my question is that there is maybe an obvious fact and this fact is the following. For maybe 10, 15 years, the race to armaments and the new practices by a certain quantity of states, not only people, states considered as rogue states, act or react more systematically by using force. And that explains the race to armaments, because countries like NATO countries, for instance, spend more and more money in buying or having weapons. And my question is, in this case, what is the role, or is there a new role for the UNO? We are used to criticize UNO because this organization is unable to prevent conflicts in the world, but, and as you explained it, it makes a huge work on other things that are less visible, less obvious, but still exist. Struggle against financing terrorism, against drug traffics, and so on the list, and security for the people. We saw it last year with Ali Aglan, who made a communication about the rights of the people and the work, the role of labor in the society. So my question is there a new role? If there are new challenges, is there a new role for the UNO? You talk a lot about NATO, but my question is about UN. And the last presentation by Mauro Conti was about cybercrime and cyber warfare. And we are now, if it wasn't the case before, we are now convinced that cyber affects our everyday life everywhere in the world. And your example of Stuxnet was very striking. In fact, I think that we knew the event, but we didn't know the name of the malware. That was the problem. And you began your presentation talking about biology, physical, about good and evil. That's philosophical topic. And my question, maybe the question of Candide, is in this case, law tells what is wrong and what is right. And as we had international convention about massive destructions weapon or chemical and bacteriological weapon, my question is, when an international convention on cyber war? Thank you for your answer. Maybe in the list, in the order.
I can begin with the question very quickly. in the process which is occurring between Oblivion and memory, the capability of actors to take place in the media scene is very important, obviously. And as you mentioned, this scene of media and social media is moving quickly. One news is chasing the other, etc., etc. And so the winners in the Oblivion and memory race are the actors who manage the access to the media. And I think that social media bring a new way of accessing people. A few years ago, when you were a victim, and if you wanted to publicize your cause, your own problem, you had to convince journalists and media, traditional media, to give you the floor. And these intermediates were following a journalist rules, professional ethics, and they had to manage an agenda with their own constraints. What the digitization has changed is that you've got new ways to access public opinion. Some are intermediate. For example, if you want to publicize a cause on Twitter, you need to follow the rules of Twitter, which are now some kind of mess, and you can publish absolutely everything. You need to follow the rules of new intermediaries, such as Facebook, etc., etc. Or you can access directly people through your own website, etc. And as Mauro said, artificial intelligence will help us to create impressive website, etc., etc. So there's some kind of deregulation of access to public opinion. And I think that in this deregulating process, the victims will have more power than criminals. It's a good thing, obviously, but some victims will be able to use these tools in order to publicize and to renew the memory of their own prejudices. So it's because of that, I think that the balance between Oblivion and memory is going to change radically in the next few years, and we'll have to deal with the legal problem, because Oblivion and memory are not just philosophical concepts. They are also enshrined in the law and with application by the judges. So this will be a problem for the judges in the next years.
How to generate benevolence through new technologies. Indeed, there is a new work strand, which is digital policing. That's been we have been talking about it not only within the operational police, I mean, through Interpol or Europol, so which are two very operational bodies, but also at the United Nations level. I met 10 days ago with the police advisor, the police commission of the United Nations. And one of the subject matter which touched upon was really digital policing. Talking about the Carabinieri being a law enforcement service, we do carry out digital patrolling. We patrol the web, which means that I'm not here to disclose, but we do carry out patrolling. By the same token, we also prevent and counter crimes committed in the web by by filing files from people who receive complaint by people, carrying out the investigation. And moreover, we carry out also some campaigns to inform the population about the threat of the cyber, especially to the elders and the most vulnerable. So we transfer these kind of activities also in fragile states. So I've been talking for a while beforehand about the role of policing in fragile states. So it's not policing back in our countries, in sovereign countries, but the same applies over there. So if we win the battle on art is here with our local population, winning hearts and minds, we say by policing fairly the population, by putting the center of gravity of our activity on the local population. By the same token, we do the same when we are deployed in a fragile state, where we have to pay more attention because we have to respect a little bit more the local population, because we must not make them understand that we are invaders. On the contrary, we have to support them as much as possible, because, as I said, human security is the center of gravity of stability policing, which encompasses a wide range of values, which are underpinned by us. But however, whenever you uphold the values and somebody infringes the value, there is somebody who commits the crime. I would like to touch upon 1 second, if I may, on the right of oblivion, because in Italy there is a regulation about the right to be forgotten on the web whenever somebody touches your identity in a bad manner, if I may say. So this is something a little bit wider, maybe it's not relevant here, but it's relevant if we think about the approach of the biggest organizations such as NATO, United Nations, which do move not only in the traditional domains. We were talking briefly with the professor now. NATO, usually the military move on the land, air, sea, air. Now there is the cyber domain and there is space. NATO is talking about the cognitive domain, which is badly, if I may say, or heavily influenced by the cyber domain. Whatever is the cognitive domain may influence a campaign. It may influence also the battle on narratives, the positive stratcom, strategic communication that also law enforcement is to carry out, to convince the populace that they are doing proper things in order to win the legitimacy, in order to build robust institutions. And this goes back also to another things, and then I shut up, which is the approach of the international community to the issues. Currently, I mean, the traditional approach is through the DIME, diplomatic, information, military, and economical approach. Now they are talking about also the financial, the intelligence, and the law enforcement, and the lawfare, not targeting. I spoke about legal targeting. I spoke about addressing our adversaries through lawfare, which is winning the war without exploding a bullet. So the example of the professor, he spoke about adversaries. There is a difference between the enemies and the adversaries. But the true spoilers of any peace process, of any development, could be really the adversaries, those who jeopardize the commander intent or the mission intent, if we think about a United Nations mission, for instance. I do thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, the immediate response of states and of international organizations was to invest more after the recent conflicts, and this can lead to prolonged conflicts. And in what regards the role of the UN, it was criticized recently, as you said, but not only for not managing new emerging security challenges. It was criticized for not being able to act in recent conflicts due to the structure of the Security Council, the distribution of power, the veto right. And if I can give an example, Kissinger was saying in his last book that this international order and these institutions were created by Euro-Atlantic states to solve their problems. And now we expect other countries in other continents to respect these rules too. So maybe the response would be an increased dialogue with all the global players, not with the members of the Security Council. And the UN started to do this, in fact, with the 17 development goals. The UN has an approach to focus more on reducing inequalities, investing more in education in order to create awareness. So educating people or certain groups in order to make them more tolerant and more open to certain discourses. So these would be some ideas.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so the question was quite simple and clear. When the next international convention on the cyber law? The answer is simple and clear, I don't know, but I can add something to the discussion. First of all, I mean, as the colonel was saying, I mean, there is a well-recognized new domain after the air space, even space that was added before, and now the new is the cyberspace somehow. That is already recognized by the NATO. So we're somehow already going in the direction in the sense that if that is a domain of battle, a cyber attack, it should be assimilated to other type of attacks, more physical, right? But then, I mean, maybe another comment is that, I mean, if humans would have behaved properly, not maliciously, we would not need the law and regulation. And if the regulation would work, we would have not have conflict, right? But still we have it. So even if we have a law, I don't think it's the ultimate, let's say, barrier for the peacekeep, unfortunately. And also, I mean, just to underline the importance of the cyber domain. For example, in Italy, we didn't recognize the cyber domain as a place for attacks. But after the starting of the Russian-Ukraine war, even Italy recognized the cyberspace as a potential means to be used to attack other states. So we're moving there. Somehow, I might say, we might not even need a specific, let's say, regulation or convention for the cyberspace because it might be assimilated to other type of space. But of course, the complexity is so high and the evolution is so fast compared to all the other domains, right? That probably we need to definitely discuss and regulate and possibly for the peacekeeping purpose.
Yeah, it's something because it was mentioned, NATO has been mentioned several times, and here most of the audiences comes from NATO countries. Did you know that Article 5, one for all for one, collective defense, now can be applied also, can be triggered also by a cyber attack? So should a NATO country fall under attack, a cyber attack, we can trigger Article 5. How? Throwing missiles or just unplugging computers? This is the discussion. This comes from the NATO summit in June 2022 in Madrid. So something that we must keep in mind, if I may, first, when we look at the map that I disclosed early this morning, because it's really a very sensitive and fragile, situation.
Okay, we've got some more minutes for a few bunch of questions, maybe.
Thank you. First of all, thank you all. Very interesting, many insights, many notes I took down. I have a specific question for Mr. Conti regarding, well, as you rightfully said, cryptocurrency gave a lot of opportunity for those who have the means and motivation, right? And now crypto is often associated with crime. The European Union does a lot to counter it now with the new initiative, MICA and the digital euro. Do you think it will get a better reputation or just crime will stay in the private coin sector?
Well, I mean, cryptocurrency, which is basically one possible application of the blockchain technology. Blockchain technology is very simple. I will not make a technical talk here, but believe me, it's quite simple and elegant concept, and it works. It seems so far, I mean, one of the, let's say, so-called killer application, but there's nothing to do with killer here. One of the, let's say, more suitable applications that have been found and used for the blockchains are the cryptocurrencies. Yes, I mean, the fact that they provide a great means for the crime because they provide anonymity. Imagine, I mean, I mean, we have this rule: follow the monies, right? To find out criminals. If you cannot follow the money, then you have big problem in finding criminals. I don't know whether, I mean, it will have a better reputation. As any technology, there can be reason to, let's say, go up and down in the reputation. I don't think the reputation is necessarily bad. Of course, I mean, as it is implemented now and for the use that many malicious people are doing now, of course, it's connected to many bad behaviors, but it can also, I mean, it has technical properties like immutability and so on that can be helpful in many application scenarios. So It's only a matter of finding new ways of using it properly that are important. But as any other technology, I mean, the technical aspect is somehow unlinked to the way it is actually used, right? Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
Thank you. Thanks to everybody. I think very interesting, very diverse talks. I just have two questions. I think one is for Colonel de Magistris. It's a very simple question. I don't know if the answer is so simple, but when did it go wrong in Afghanistan? What do you think, if you can pinpoint the moment, perhaps?
How much time do you have? In a nutshell, the Afghans didn't feel their government a legitimate government, really in a nutshell. And they felt the international community was making their interest of the government, of the corrupt politicians. There was a huge divide, a huge watershed between the true Afghan reality and what the international community, the international community understanding. More, I mean, we can do a lot of about the role of police in Afghanistan. For sure, I do believe that should the police, if the police had ever had a more prominent role rather than a robust role, in Afghanistan would have been far better, because nobody filled the policing gap, which was filled by drug lords, warlords, criminals of any kind, and terrorists, not only terrorists. But it's a long, very long story short.
Thanks very much. If I'm just, sorry, just a quick question for Octavia. You know, I think the problem with everything new is that when you look deep enough, it's maybe not that new after all. You know, Mary Kaldor's New Wars, if you look deep enough, maybe it's not that new after all. Maybe it's just some aspects that are new. And playing the devil's advocate here, I'm wondering what is really so new about these new emerging challenges that you mentioned. To me, it looks like many of the factors, you know, non-state actors, terrorists, we've seen them for hundreds of years. Pandemics have been around since at least the Spanish flu or before, if you look at the plague and all that. To me, it looks like, or even the interconnection, globalization, you know, since the 1960s, 70s with international air traffic and all that, production lines. To me, it looks like it might be just boiling down to new technology, perhaps. Do you think that's the most important factor about that?
Yes, the new technologies are indeed exaggerating the effects of these threats. Propaganda, for example, existed already, but the fact that now everything happens in the seconds and news reaches worldwide audiences in seconds can have a disturbing effect. And moreover, this increased degree of the interdependency, it makes it difficult for specific actors to respond. They can't do it by themselves. They have to wait for a coordinated approach, and this takes time. And in the case for cyber attacks, for example, time is not an ally. You cannot wait a response, a decision-making process, a strong institutional structure to respond. You need to act immediately. So this is why it makes it difficult to respond, in my opinion.
Thank you. My question is for Colonel de Magistris. More about the, I guess, the legitimacy of a police force like within an active war zone. And so if you're trying to fill the security gap, what type of communication exists between like the military force and like a police force so that responsibilities don't overlap and that like local populations can see the legitimacy of a police force?
Thank you. It depends on which mission we are. So in a NATO mission, the stability policing component is embedded within the military force. So if we have to go to the PPIO, the Public Information Office, for sure, I mean, the force commander, Public Information Office will coordinate all the strategic communication because it's embedded. In a United Nations, The same applies to some extent in a European Union mission. However, the European Union, for the time being, doesn't foresee any deployment in phase 2. I mean, during combat operation, they foresee only during phase 1, conflict prevention, and in the security sector reform. So when bombs fall, only NATO is the only expeditionary force worldwide which can be deployed in a snap of finger. Imagine the NATO Strategic Council in 2022. Now they pledged to deploy up to 100,000 people within 10 days, 300,000 within 30 days, 500,000 within 6 months. The UN deploys within 1 year, if you are lucky. And this is why now the UN is changing the tune and wants to hinge more on NATO and the international organization. For the United Nations, it's different. There are several pillars: justice and correction, health and safety, the military pillar, and the police pillar. So whenever you are in a United Nations mission, you will face, you will confront with these different organizations, which mirrors somehow any other country's organization. So with the several pillars, there is the United Nations Special Envoy, who is coordinating the effort of the heads of these 4 pillars. So the coordination is on the spot. The Gendarmerie type forces, the Carabinieri-like forces for the Spaniards, Guardia Civil, Guardia Nacional Republicana, and the Gendarma as well, are more interoperable with the military. So by virtue of this, the military status, they can work more properly with the military, especially because our techniques, tactics, and procedures are the same, being as military, rather than the civil police. Thank you.
Thank you for your kind presentation. My question is related to a book that was published in 1999 by Chinese general Lin Hao, The Unrestricted Warfare. And why do you think Europe and also the Western world discovered so recently what was right in that book so late? For one want to respond to my question. Thank you.
Is the also called the Gerasimov Doctrine for the Russian. No, Primakov, who was the Minister of Defense at that time. Gerasimov was the general in charge of the defense. If I may, so it's the pin. NATO for sure, for my understanding, but Chatham's rule applies, please. Understood it in 2014 in Donbass. But if you think also about extrajudicial killings, the Novichok with the poisoning of people all over the world, these are acts of unrestricted warfare, which still may trigger Article 5. Remember that First World War started, was ignited by an assassination. So these acts below the threshold of war, unfortunately, were acknowledged only too late. You may remember one of the critiques was that NATO was on vacation in August 2014. It was true. Now, NATO headquarters, so the political head of this military political alliance, works round the clock. There is no festivity. It was a mistake. I cannot tell you who is to be blamed. I can tell you that you are very right. But for sure, for my understanding, for my experience now, for sure, NATO has taken these very firm actions. I cannot talk on behalf of the organization for sure. This is why I said Chatham's rule applies. Thank you for your question.
Okay. Well, I think that everybody is hungry and thirsty. So we'll be back at 2:30 for the Junior conference in the same room. So thank you for your attention and have a nice lunch.
Alessandro. Pietro De Perini. Possiamo cominciare? Vale? Wait for... No, aspettavo... Ok. Oh, sorry. Good afternoon. Sorry for this slight delay. Good afternoon and welcome to this session of the current edition of the IPSe Fall School on Memory, Oblivion, Political Violence, and Organized Crime. My name is, sorry, it's too strong. My name is Pietro De Perini. I am a researcher in international politics, international relations at the Department of Political Science, Law, and International Studies here at the University of Padua. And my area of my research interest delves around foreign policy analysis and processes of promotion, protection, and maybe instrumentalization of values and norms in international politics and foreign policy, with specific regards to human rights and culture-related issues like cultural diversity, intercultural dialogue, and the like. Let me take a minute to thank Professor Valentine Lomellini and the organizer of this event for giving me the chance of chairing this very interesting junior conference, which will allow 5 young scholars to present the state of the art of their doctoral research work under the frame which is suggested by this panel, which is security, international politics, old and new challenges. And if I may make a very quick, brief introductory introductory note, this juniors conference happens in a very timely and and at the same time daunting period to deal with the security-related issues, as well as the wealth of interrelated challenges that affect it, especially if we look at from the perspective of international politics, be these challenges related to the many conflicts that are currently dotting our planet and their consequences on both state and human security, or to the developments and comebacks of organized crimes and terrorism, which I think is an issue you have discussed extensively in the previous 3 panels of this event, or if the focus is set on more soft security issues, security challenges related to the social and also the cultural sources of tensions and misunderstandings within and between societies, which may cause and often cause socio-political instability, enhance unrest and political violence above the national and the international levels. So also the differences between the old and new challenges that this panel title invites us to reflect on is add further challenge to this complex frame, I would say, because complexity and heterogeneity, I would say, and from my perspective, indeed, is quite difficult to find the distinction between what were old and new challenges as far as security is concerned. And what I think we are seeing is very often the rejuvenation, to some extent, of old challenges adapted to the current context and questioning even more national and international governance. So, as I said, is the name here? Okay, so it's a very complex, but also, I guess, very stimulating milieu to localize your work, your presentation, which will provide us with a wealth of conceptual and empirical approaches to address a quite heterogeneous selection of these challenges to security. And without further ado, I will now give you the floor following the program order. I think we can, we didn't talk about that before, but I think we can have like 15 minutes broadly speaking, so we can even expand it. I will maybe let you know when 15 minutes are passed, so you can maybe wrap up with final reflections. And yeah, before starting, let me also anticipate that following all presentations, Bernard Blumenau, senior lecturer from St. Andrews University, will act discussant for all papers. So thank you very much, Bernard, for accepting this fundamental but very complex task. So we start now with the first speaker, who is on my right side. Andrea Canizzo is a PhD student at the University of Messina, and he will present his work on Samuel P. Huntington, Beyond the Clash of Civilizations, Political Order and Islamic Fundamentalism. Thank you. Okay, we have some technical issues. Okay. Thank you, Andrea. You have the floor.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. First of all, thank you to organizing committee of this beautiful Junior Conference for this opportunity to be here for sure with you on a part of my research on Samuel P. Huntington and his idea on Islamic fundamentalism and Islamic terrorism. Of course, on a deeply debated topic, okay, and a deeply debated topic with 4 waves of discussion since the 19th. When it started in the 19th, the first wave of debate on Clash of Civilization, after the Clash of Civilization article published in the 1993, and after the Clash of Civilization and the Remaking of World Order published in the 1996. Works where Huntington outlined his idea that the conflict of the future, to some, the conflict of the future will be cultural and religious rather than ideological and economic one. After 5 years, there was a second wave of debate on Clash of Civilization after the 9/11 attacks by Al-Qaeda against the Twin Towers and Pentagon, after the Afghan war and after Iraqi war of 2003. But following the Arab Spring of 2011, there was a third wave of discussion on the Clash of Civilization. And after that, a new part of this third wave after the Islamic State attacks in Europe between 2014 and 2015. But now, we are living, according to Giovanni Borgognone, an Italian historian of political thought, my field of research, we are living the 4th wave of debate on Clash of Civilization. Started in 2022 after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and now is ongoing after the Al-Aqsa flood operation led by Hamas against Israel started 1 month ago. Oops. Okay. Okay. The starting point of my research is the second wave of debate on Clash of Civilization, maybe the biggest debate on this theory, composed by 2 main parts. The first one includes theorists, mainly neoconservative theorists, who thought that the Clash of Civilization represent the best way to explain what happened in the 9/11. And the second part of debate instead include theorists who thought that the Clash of Civilization represent instead an off-topic, a dangerous off-topic to explain what happened that day. But both sides of this debate use the Clash of Civilization to update their own previous theories or to outline new theories to describe the global politics of the new century. They used these theories, even though Huntington was not an Islam expert, First of all, he wrote in his The Clash of Civilization and the Remaking of World Order, he said that the Islamic fundamentalism was not the main threat to the Western civilization in general and the United States of America in particular. And above all, he published just 2 articles after the 9/11, 2 brief articles, and released some interview about this topic. So my research question, my opening question, my first question of my research is the Clash of Civilization enough to understand the political thought of Huntington regarding Islam, religious revival, Islamic fundamentalism, and Islamic terrorism? Of course, the Clash of Civilization is the main source to understand the political thought of Huntington regarding these issues. But the Clash of Civilization was published in 1996, as I mentioned before. And so before the Nairobi and Dar es Salaam attacks of the 1998, before the USS Cole, 9/11, London, and Madrid attacks. So the first aim of my research was to fill the literature gap between the 1997 to 2007, 2008, when Huntington died, to figure out what he thought in this specific period. And to do this, I went to the United States at Harvard University Archives, where there is the Samuel P. Huntington Personal Archive, where are collected many unpublished books, letters, draft, class materials, and public remarks. And useful for my research, I found, for example, among the unpublished books, an interesting book published just in Japan, in Japanese, but of course I found the draft in English there. And its title is The Big Picture, Collected Thought on the 9/11 and Changing of World Order. In this book, he updated his previous theory after the 9/11, and he described the effect of the 9/11 on the changing of world order, and he discussed the figure of Osama bin Laden and the organization Al-Qaeda. Among these materials, private materials, I found letters sent by Huntington to his colleagues, his friends, the rulers of the time. I found draft of many articles useful to insight, for example, The Clash of Civilization, or draft of his latest book, Who Are We, published in 2004, where he discussed the effect of the 9/11 on the American society. In this archive, there are class materials, and among these class materials, there is the latest, and probably the latest uncompleted article written by Huntington in 2005. Its title is Chosen People, God's Nation, Their Rulers. And among these materials, there are many remarks held by Huntington after the 9/11. And among these remarks, there is, first of all, a basic speech written by Huntington in October of 2001, one month later, the 9/11, where he tried to figure out if the 9/11 represents a turning point in the history of international relations or not. And there is another speech held by Huntington in Dubai in November of 2001. Its title is Charting the Future, Avoiding the Clash of Civilization, where he tried to outline new rules to avoid, after the 9/11, a large-scale clash of civilization. And among these rules, there's one most important, and U.S. needs to distance itself from Israel. And U.S. need to work to create a sovereignty and real Palestinian state, and Israel should withdraw its military forces and its settlements from West Bank and Gaza. So after the 9/11, for Huntington become more important, most important, the Palestinian question. And we can note this in many texts published and published in that period. For example, in the speech held by Huntington at World Economic Forum of 2002 in New York in that year, and in the big picture, the book mentioned before. For this and other reasons, I went to Palestine during my research for 2 times during between the February and May of 2022, and the second time the last month when the Al-Aqsa flood operation started. And I went there for 2 main reasons. First of all, to incite my knowledge on modern and contemporary political thought, Arab political thought, and Palestinian question as well, and to expand my critics literature on clash of civilization from an Arabic Palestinian perspective and Israeli perspective. This kind of research plus archival research and literature review to answer one question, I could say my research question: if not political order, then what? So according to many scholars of Huntington, the key element to really understand the political thought of Huntington is the problem of political order. So I've tried to figure out if this thesis is valid when Huntington talk about Islamic fundamentalism and Islamic terrorism. And reading unpublished and published materials, I believe that there are evidence to say that according to Huntington, behind the spread of the Islamic violence, there is a problem of political order, or better, or political disorder, connected to with many factors. Political causes, like territorial questions, like Palestinian questions, population growth on the Muslim world, the lack of an accord state in Islamic civilization, Western imperialism, and US-Israel special relation, high level of corruption of the Arab world in a specific period, in the period of religious revival started in the past century. So, however, these political factors, and we can find proof about this in many texts unpublished and published, like this, Lucis in Chechnya of 1999, where he said, the high level of contemporary Muslim communal violence undoubtedly has many causes, including the uncertain legitimacy of many Muslim governments, the political disunity within the Muslim world, and the largely outbulge in many Muslim societies, which feeds the ranks of Muslim militants, fighters, terrorists, and migrants. However, according to Huntington, this political perspective of the Islamic violence is not valid when we talk about terrorism organization like Al-Qaeda. In this case, according to him, the reason behind that violence is a religious one. And of course, he said that it is a distorted view of Islam and not widespread view of Islam, but it's a religious one. And for this reason, he prefer use the term to describe the clash between this kind of terrorist organization and the Western civilization in general, and the United States of America in particular. He use the term quasi-war. And he mentioned this term quasi-war both in the Clash of Civilization, both in the big picture of 2002, where he said the 9/11 attacks on the World Trade Center and Pentagon were in a sense a vindication of the arguments I had made in the Clash of Civilization and the Remaking of World Order. However, I would not want to say that there is an overall clash of civilization between the West and Islam. Rather, I would describe the attacks and the US response to them as a part of an ongoing series of conflicts between the West and particularly Islamic countries or radical Islamic groups. Since the Iranian Revolution of the 1979, the West and Islam have been waging a quasi-war. So, to conclude, contrary to his supporter and contrary to his critics, Huntington believed that behind the Islamic violence, there isn't a problem of political order connected with political causes. So in my reason, in the many books written against Huntington, he was misunderstood to some. And we can find evidence about this in many texts. And this is my Samuel P. Huntington. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Andrea, for this insightful presentation. Actually, comes to me to wonder, was misunderstood or instrumentalized now, because eventually this clash of civilization debate was much more prominent among now policy makers rather than scholars to some extent. And from my perspective, I've been studying a lot the consequence in terms of policy making, all many initiatives that shape international politics after 9/11 and after the revival of Huntington clashes to some extent are based on a either misunderstood or instrumentalized view of a much more complex political and scholarly thought. So thank you very much. It was really brilliant and interesting. I would, I don't know, we continue giving the floor to our second speaker, who is Victoria Sophie Azerbrook. Is that correct? Okay. She's a PhD student at Friedrich Alexander University in Erlangen. And the topic of Victoria's presentation is decentralized surveillance as a counter-terrorism strategy, how to utilize citizens' vigilance in the fight against terrorism. Okay, I'm too quick in presenting. Oh, wait, don't worry. We can. I get it. I was lucky to have your screen here. No, dobbiamo girarci o ascoltarlo. Vero? Anche la terza e la quarta ondata. Interessante, poi ci cambiamo.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Victoria Haysbrook. I am currently working on decentralized surveillance, especially vigilant surveillance. And what that is, I'm going to walk you through real quick, minding the time. We all know these pictures. We have seen, especially the one on the left already, attacks throughout, especially the Western world that shaped the world we are currently living in. And fatal attacks that are as memorable as 9/11, or on the right-hand side, 7/7 from the UK, always help governments to legitimize new surveillance techniques. And one of them not only legitimize them, but also find acceptance within the citizens. Surveillance, however, is one of those contested terms that we all know, just like democracy and everything. I'm not going too deep into the definition because that is a PhD on its own. But I just would like to emphasize that surveillance has to be understood as an umbrella term. We have different types of surveillance. We have the well-known top-down surveillance, which usually is the most associated definition, once we say surveillance, that's also because of the background of the work coming from France with sur and valence. I don't know how it is in Italian, but it's from the central hierarchy that goes down to the public, right? So it's the government surveillance you, like observing you, or I don't know if we have cameras in here. No, we don't. But even university looking and observing if all of the students behave right, that would be top-down surveillance. But you're not completely helpless. So we have also bottom-up surveillance. So we can also observe the top, somebody who is higher as us. If we think about especially like the Black Lives Matters movement, where we saw a lot of videos emerging on social media where students or the general filmed misuse of police force, and it actually had consequences. Not always, but sometimes. So we do have some power. But that's not what I'm talking about today, but I'm talking about lateral surveillance. So that is the peer-to-peer monitoring. As the name already suggests, we are watching each other. We don't have a different hierarchy between us. So it's not like our boss surveillance the employees, but it's actually student to student. There's no power play in between. And vigilant surveillance is a special form of this lateral surveillance, or it actually makes use of lateral surveillance, because it is actually the government telling you to watch out for your peers. And if you do see something suspicious, report it back to the central, to authorities like the police, but always tied to the government. So it's a very unique decentralized surveillance method that can be, that's instrumentalized by the government and operates on the lateral level. Basically, the sentiment is, if you do see something, say something. And that is the main gist of it all, as you can see here. If you have been to the US, on the left-hand side, we see the mother of it all. If you see something, say something, and then tell a cop or call this certain number. So it is the government telling you, please watch out. If you do see something, call this number, inform a cop, because there could be something suspicious. In the US, it's also here, as you can see, in Spanish, because it does make sense. In the middle, we see the current vigilant surveillance campaign that is implemented in the UK. It is the same sentiment. If you see it, say it, and we will sort it. We've sorted, it's not meant that you will sort it, but actually the cops, the government will sort it out. They even give you some instruction what could be suspicious. Are they checking security cameras? Is there some bag left unintended? Is something suspicious here that could be a threat to national security? So what are the advantages of vigilant surveillance? There are a few. I'm talking now from the governmental perspective. Bear with me, the citizen side will come as well. But first of all, it's cost effective. If you do implement these posters, or in this case, it's on the stairways. Okay. If you do implement campaigns, they are not as cost intensive as all the camera surveillance that we see everywhere, or even in the digital sphere surveillance. So it's quite nice to say some numbers. In New York, the if you see something, say something campaign was around 1 million euros. In comparison, the installation of CCTV cameras in just Upper Manhattan, so if you do know New York, it's just a little part of New York City, cost 500 million euros. So it's quite a difference, right? It also has human intelligence. We're reading everywhere currently about artificial intelligence. Computers are just as smart as humans, well, maybe sometimes smarter, but in this case, we don't even need artificial intelligence, but we're using humans and their context situational understanding. So if you do see a bag that looks like it's pink and you saw a lady walking away and she forgot her bag, maybe not so suspicious. But if you do see a black luggage and it's placed somewhere strategically, you maybe are a bit aware and feel like, well, something is off. In this case, a good example, 9/11 attacks. We heard from people, like the people who checked the tickets from the attackers. They were like whipping like this and were a little bit off, and something in their mindset, something is not right with them. But back in the days, we didn't have these campaigns, so they didn't say anything. Well, maybe even with the campaigns, we don't know. In hindsight, everything is a bit more suspicious, right? It also can expand the government's gaze. So that is also something very important. If we have cameras, maybe they have 360 degrees possibility to watch everything around them, but they can't, not now at least, go through walls. Well, there are some techniques, but the usual ones you find everywhere, they don't go through walls, they don't go into your private sphere. Yes, you have the digital surveillance techniques, but there are some legal restrictions. So we do have technical and legal restriction for other surveillance techniques. For the vigilance surveillance, not really. I can watch you guys and I can report it back, but what you do, right? There's no, I'm not doing anything illegal in just telling what I have seen. So it expands the government's gaze into the private homes of their citizens. And you share responsibility. It's not only the government now that has your, I think most of you guys study international relations, right? Security is one of the high things that is well debated. You read maybe Thomas Hobbes or here, oh, I forgot the name, but Thomas Hobbes is one of these philosophers, right, that debates what is actually the like, what does the government do? Why is the government implemented? And in this case, they don't have the whole responsibility for your national security. Because if you didn't report that bag that lies there on the ground, well, it's kind of your fault, right, that it exploded. That is, to very on a high level, summarize this topic. So these are the main advantages of vigilance surveillance, but something that sounds too good to be true, way better than CCTV, right? It never is. Because if you see it from a citizen side, we do have to be a bit careful. We don't want everyone to watch us. We don't want our noisy neighbors to report what we have done yesterday. That is just one of the aspects, but also other European governments are reluctant to implement vigilance surveillance campaigns. But why is that? Because it did sound so amazing, right? So first of all, we have the issue that we are communicating a day-to-day threat. So every day you are reminded, oh, maybe a terrorist attack could occur. So as a citizen, you would be scared. And that's something that the government doesn't want to do, because the felt safety is just as important as the real safety. So that is one of the reasons why they don't do that. Another reason is you don't want to have the flood of information, because if every bag that you see lying around gets reported, the government is over flooded with information. And they already have too much information, because if you have to go through all the CCTV cameras that are on 24 hours a day, the whole week, that is already a lot. And now you have to have also the reports of concerned citizens. That's a bit much. So there are reasons, pro and cons, as always. And the main part of the chapter that I'm looking at is how would governments decide to now implement or abstain from vigilance surveillance? As I mentioned, we do have all the positive effects up here, the negative ones there, and then the citizen part. I am using a more qualitative approach of game theory because I am a political scientist. I'm not a mathematician. So the calculation maybe stays a little bit off, but it's still like the logic behind it is very interesting, because we have these different possibilities. So if the government, as you can see in this table, if the government decides, well, we're going to implement a vigilance surveillance campaign, what would be the costs and the benefits if citizens participate, yes or no. As you can already think, there are some advantages to every box. I'm not going into depth in here, but if you do have questions afterwards, please feel free to ask. But it all leads up to this one. And it's always, we have to find the middle ground. I think that's like everything in politics, once forgotten, but it is important to find the middle ground. So the government has to decide how much privacy can I actually invade of my citizens, and how much do they value security as well. They have to basically find this point where it meets. So I, as a citizen, am okay to give a little bit away of my privacy if in return I know I can use public transportation without getting blown up. It's also the balance between feeling empowered or not empowered as a citizen, right? Because if it's in my hand to be responsible for national security, I can feel empowered. I am that someone that stops the terrorist attack today. So it's also thinking about how much do I want to be empowered? How much do I not want to be empowered? And the same for the government, how much responsibility am I willing to give away? How much responsibility will I give away? It's a question of costs. How cost effective is the campaign? If nobody participates, then even €1 million is too much. If people participate, I would prefer this over 500 million euros of CCTV, right? So yeah, I am using the idea of the shapely value. I'm not going too deep into this, but it's basically the idea of trading off and finding the best solution. So I do have to give something away. It's not a zero-sum game, which means there can only be one winner and one loser. We all lose something, but we all gain also something. And that's that. I think, yeah, I forgot the last one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Actually, you are very, respectful of the the time indication I gave you. So it's a very interesting time. I was wondering while you were presenting the pros and the cons of this approach, whether your thesis or in general the analysis you have been carried out have also considered some like the other side of the coin in terms of since we are talking about security, no? So the final goal is having more security, especially in a counter-terrorist, anti-terrorism perspective, whether, the possible downsides of this approach in terms, for instance, of augmenting discrimination, stigmatization, or stereotypes, which affect social peace to some extent and can brought to further challenges to state security, which may not be collected to terrorists, but may be even created by this type of approaches.
That's the different chapter where I look at the citizens and how they should participate, yes or no, using the iterated prisoner dilemmas theory of it. And yes, definitely, stereotyping is one of the main contributions, right? We all have the idea of how a terrorist looks like. He's always male, sorry to say. But in reality, women can be terrorists too, a little bit feminism here. But yeah, we have an idea of what a terrorist should look like, and that feeds into the reports and the flood of information that governments receive that maybe aren't even true. Maybe should be accompanied by some sort of educational material to some extent. No, say like the black bag is not necessary. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. So, well, we're going quite quick. The first presenter is David. Oh, you're already ready. Sorry if I mispronounce your last name, which is Olusanjo.
It's fine, yeah.
Okay. Thank you from Florida International University in Miami. And your topic is political violence and democratic transition in West Africa, a vicious circle of relationship. Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Yeah, so thank you so much. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Olusanjo. By introduction, I'm a Nigerian, and I'm a second-year PhD student at Florida International University in Florida, Miami, USA. And my topic is political violence and democratic transition in West Africa, a vicious cycle of relationship. Now for my presentation, I have two purposes. Now for those that are interested in Africa, because I realize that few people know, particularly in the West, they don't have much knowledge about Africa. So I will capitalize on this opportunity to try to get many people vaccinated about Africa, to know a bit about Africa, and also to know about the nature of political violence and democratic transition in West Africa. Now, just to talk a bit about Africa, of course, Africa has about 54 countries in Africa. There are about 54 countries in Africa, and there are about 5 sub-regions in Africa. For instance, we have the West Africa, which I'm going to talk about. We equally have Eastern Africa, we have Central Africa, we equally have Southern Africa. So about 5 sub-regions in Africa. So in West Africa, which I'm going to talk about, there are about 16 countries out of the 54 countries we have in Africa. So Africa is actually a great continent. I know there are so many wrong information that people have heard about Africa in the past, despite the violence, despite the negative narrative about Africa. I've come to tell you that Africa is a great continent, which I believe you are going to agree with me, despite the political violence, despite the negative narrative or negative information out there about Africa. Now, Western Africa, less armed conflicts and more political violence. Now, from the past 2 years, of course, I don't know about if some of us have heard about the recent coups in various African countries, particularly in Western Africa. Between 2020 to the recent time, 2023, there have been about 8 coups attempts in Africa in recent time. I think it's only Africa that's recorded about 8 coups, aside from another part of the world. I'm not sure if there has been any coup or attempted coup in other part of the world, aside from Africa. So West Africa, again, had about 16 countries. These are about information about Western Africa, which I'm going to focus about. Also, I'm from Lagos, and I don't think anyone has heard about Lagos. Lagos is one of the most populous city in Nigeria, and Nigeria has about 215 million people. So Nigeria is the largest, the country with the largest number of people in Africa. So the picture on the left, the picture on the left represents the process of democratic transition in Nigeria. So Nigeria, we had our second to the last election in 2019. So this is a peaceful democratic process in Africa, in Nigeria, while the picture on the right represents violence, the nature of violence in Senegal. Senegal is one of the Western African countries. So this picture represents demonstrations, protests, which represent political violence in Africa. So my research question is, why do some attempts at democratic transitions trigger political violence while others end peacefully in Western Africa? Of course, it's not all Western African countries that are reading with violence, that is fought up with violence, demonstration or protest. There are some that are peaceful, while many others are reading with violence. So my question is, why are some of these Western African countries peaceful? Why there are some of these Western African countries of course, they are not for violence. So that's my research question. I intend to know why some of these Western African countries are peaceful, why many of them are not for violence. So my research hypothesis, again, unlike Victoria, she's using qualitative research. I don't like mathematics to a large extent, but studying the UX, you have to do mathematics. There's no how you want to avoid it. You need to do quantitative research. I don't like mathematics either, but I don't have choice. I have to do it and have to adopt it in my research, because in the UX, if you are not using mathematical or statistical method, you are not doing political science research. So if you have this knowledge about methods, you have to go through method in the UX. So I don't have choice but to employ it. Though I struggle a bit about it in the class, but I have no choice. So my research hypothesis is countries with low incidence of political violence are more likely to experience peaceful democratic transition than countries with high incidence of political violence in West Africa. So this is my research hypothesis. So again, just to remind you, in Western Africa, we have about 16 countries. Now, I don't want to venture because of time, but I don't have much time to go to discuss about, the theoretical underpinning about political violence. There are tons and there are hundreds and thousands of definitions of political violence. Just to give a simple definition, of course, political violence has to do with a demonstration, protest that are politically motivated. Like any violence demonstration that is motivated by politics, of course, political violence. So these are like in the past, the wave of democratization, of course, swept across, according to Samuel Huntington, of course, in Latin America, democratic transition started in the 1970s. Also in the post-communist Europe, it started about in the 1980s. It swept across, post-communist Europe, while in Africa, the process of democratic transitions started in the 90s. Of course, I don't know if anyone knows about Nelson Mandela in South Africa. Of course, the release of Nelson Mandela in 1994, and also in Benin. Of course, they moved from one party to plurality. These two processes welcome or ushered in the process of democratic transition in Africa. Of course, toward in the 90s, when some of Africa, like some of them were known for one party, just one party ruling since independence. There are so many issues and reports of violence. Of course, from the 90s, then some of them became adopting the process of democratization. Some of them began to hold elections. They began to engage in democratic process. There are signs of democratic features and characteristics, despite some of these challenges that they had. Of course, before the end of the 90s, some of them they receded, they backslid. Of course, they returned to what they are known for, one-man rule, military dictatorship in Africa. Of course, about political violence, there are various debates about political violence, of course, from literatures, and also on democratic transitions. While some scholars trace democratic transitions to historical legacies, some other scholars trace democratic transitions to social economic issues, social economic concerns. Unlike Samuel Huntington traced or connected democratic transitions to past legacies. Lipset and so many other scholars like Alfred Stefan, Philip Chimeta, and O'Donnell. There are so many scholars. They trace some of the, from literature that I consulted, I divided some of their definition, and in summary, some of them saw democratic transition as being the effect of course, they saw democratic transition as the effect of past historical legacies, while some others saw it as social economic conditions. Those are the issues that led to democratic transitions. So moving forward, so these are examples of democratic of violence in Africa. Of course, I'm from Nigeria. When we had our independence in 1960, just 3 years, few years after, there was a report of civil war, which claimed about thousands of lives between 1967 to 1970. Also in Syria alone, civil war started about 1991 to 2002. Now the past political violence we've had in Africa, particularly in Western Africa, which is my case study. So we have Liberian civil war, which started between 1989 and ended in 1997. Then again, they had another civil war between 1999 to year 2003. Also, we have Ivorian civil war, which is known as the Côte d'Ivoire. That is the name of they changed their name. Then it was known as Ivory Coast, but now it's known as Côte d'Ivoire, which is one of the Western African countries. They equally had a civil war in 2002. Also, Boko Haram, I don't know if anyone has heard about Boko Haram. I've been studying security issues, particularly in the northeastern part of Nigeria. There have been a lot of reports about Boko Haram terrorizing the northern part of Nigeria. So I'm from Nigeria. Boko Haram, they wreak serious havoc on the eastern part of Nigeria. They destroy so many lives. There are so many displaced people in that region of Nigeria. They brought so many negative or bad images to Nigeria. Also, we have Senegalese Casamance conflict. This conflict started after election. Then people, because of the electoral results, people started they resorted to violence because of the electoral results in Senegal. Also in Ghana, of course, Ghana is one of the best countries known for peace in West Africa. Because aside from few skirmishes, aside from few issues of violence, Ghana is one of the best image of democracy in Africa. Also, we have Guinea-Bissau, which experienced post-independence civil war. So these are like the past violence we had in West Africa. Then in recent time, again, between 2000 to the recent time, there are about 8 coup attempts in West Africa. So these are the recent one. Of course, just within 2 years, Niger, which just about a few months ago, just about 3 or 4 months, they had a military coup in July 26, 2023. Then also in Burkina Faso, they had about, just in 2022, within a year, they had about 2 military takeover. In January, then 8 months after, in August of the same year, they had another military coup in the same country. Also, we have another one in Mali just last year. Then another one in Guinea, about in 2021. Then in Chad, of course, again in 2021. Then in Gabon, of course, the last 2 countries are not West African countries, they are Central African countries. Of course, just to like explain the nature of violence, I have to include them, but they are originally not part of Western African countries. So these are statistics of violence across the world. I mean, military coup across the world. Of course, in Latin America, but last, if you can see this, if I can see like the table, of course, it's like the various report of military coups across the world. So you can see like Africa. Because Africa had the largest amount of military coup or military events. Africa has seen about 220, the most of any region. It's 109 of them successful. So Africa, like just to portray the fact that Africa has been the country that recorded the most coup in the world, unlike other parts of the world, like Latin America, Eastern, Europe, South Asia, and also in the Middle East. Yeah. You can just continue. Yeah, well, thank you so much. Of course, this is my research design against in Africa. I mean, as I said earlier, in the US, we have to use methods. You have to use statistical design for your research. Unlike other, you have to use qualitative research in some other parts. Of course, these are my cases. My cases includes 16 countries that are in Western Africa, including Benin, Burkina Faso, Cape Verde, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Guinea-Bissau, Liberia, Mali, Niger, Senegal, Sierra Leone, the Gambia, Togo, and Mauritania. Of course, these are the 16 countries in Western Africa. Of course, my nature of my data is like panel data. So we have like panel data. We have balanced panel data in research. If you are familiar with using statistical methods, we have balanced panel data. We call it unbalanced panel data. So the balanced one has like maybe you have like consistent year, you have consecutive years. While unbalanced panel data, we have like gap between the years. For instance, 2020, 2025, 5 years spaces. For balance, we have like all the years presence. So that is like different between balanced and unbalanced panel data. Of course, my unit of analysis is the incidence of political violence. That's my unit of analysis. Of course, these are my variables. I have like dependent variable. I currently have independent variable. So for my dependent variable, I have democratic transition as my dependent variable. And I measure democratic transition with Freedom House. Of course, Freedom House is like an organization that measure nature of democracy, that rank democracy across the world. And they have like political rights and civil liberties. Then I could have used like variety of democracy, and I could have used like various indexes that measure democracy across the world. Then I think like from literature, Freedom House, one of the best measures of democracy. Then I utilize this method to measure democracy. Then we call it political violence, which is my main independent variable. And from political violence, of course, I measure political violence with explosion, violence and violence against civilians. Those are the way that they measure political violence. You usually have electoral violence, we have political violence, and different types of violence. But I use political violence for my research, and these are the sources. So you could have corruption perception index, we have rule of law, we have population. So these are my covariates, these are my control variables. Just to see the impact if they have any like effects on democratic transitions. But my main independent variable is political violence. So this is my descriptive statistics. I have like reports, the nature of the data I'm using. This is the descriptive statistics, and my minimum and maximum, the mean, the standard deviation, and also the number of cases. So if you are doing research, you have to like show the nature of your data for a method or a statistical research or quantitative research. So for my research, these are like my variables. So you can help me to the next slide. So after running the regression, I ran an ordinary least square. So we have a different type of regression. We have logistic regression. We equally have OLX. So after doing my regression, of course, I can see like the political violence is statistically significant, while for corruption perception index is not statistically significant. So we equally have economic development, we have population. Of course, my main IV, which is independent variable, is political violence, which shows that, of course, political violence is associated with democratic transition in Western Africa. So the results show that the regression analysis shows that political violence has a negative impact on democratic transitions, which is statistical significant relationship. Also, this suggests that an increase in the rate of political violence is associated with a delay in democratic transition in Western Africa. And lastly, so the conclusions, so the principal aim of the study is to conduct empirical cross-country evidence on the relationship between political violence and democratic transition within West African political environment. So after doing the regression, so I found like that political violence has a negative, a deleterious effect on democratic transition in Western African countries. Thank you so much for listening and for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, David. Actually, I associate with my colleague Victoria in being not so sympathetic for quantitative and mathematics methods, so I'm not really able to comment on that, although I think that your preliminary findings are very impressive. I don't understand whether the American methodological approach allows you, but it would be also interesting maybe to consider some sources from the African Union as far as, you know, what is that, democratic and political governance are concerned. For instance, there is this African peer review mechanism, which is a voluntary mechanism that could collect further data that could support actually your argument with a more qualitative sense. That what I was thinking about, like also the role of supranational institution as far as this process are concerned. So we are now ready for the fourth presentation by Mr. Ovidiu Crăciunas. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. Okay, from St. Andrews University, and he will be talking about the mechanisms involved in the radicalization of Rossonara Chaudhry. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's me right there. No, below. Yeah. Thank you very much. I don't think it's working. Yes. Okay. So, hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Ovidiu Crăciunas, third-year PhD candidate at the University of St. Andrews. So, Victoria mentioned earlier that female terrorists are very few. Well, my presentation is going to be about one of those rare cases when a woman engaged in terrorism. So, just as a bit of context to what I'm going to present, this is a smaller part of a larger research that I'm doing as my PhD, focusing on the radicalization of lone actor terrorists. I'm viewing a large set, trying to put together a large cohort of subjects to analyze. Roshanora Chaudhry is just one of those. And I'm using, thank you. I'm using her as a case study in my work. So just to get some terminology straight, I won't insist too much on this, I promise. I'm working with the UK's definition on terrorism. When it comes to lone actor terrorism, so it's just to make sure we're on the same page as to what that means. So lone actor terrorist is an individual who commits or tries to commit an act of terrorism without being affiliated with any existing organization. So that means that the person is not a member of any organization, has not received money from an organization, and is not being directed in terms of what to attack or what means to use to carry out an attack by an organization. So as long as an individual matches those criteria, we can consider them a lone actor terrorist, or as the American literature likes to say, a lone wolf terrorist, but we prefer the term lone actor. Right, and radicalization, so that's pretty straightforward. Radicalization mechanism, again, is the means through which radicalization occurs. Now, if you don't mind, before we get to the case study here, can you raise your hand if you heard one of the names that I'm going to say? So Anders Breivik, is anyone? Okay, that's a couple of. Theodore Kaczynski, Unabomber, Timothy McVeigh. Okay. Has anyone here heard the name Roshanora Chaudhry prior to reading the abstracts? Okay, proves my point. So there is a tendency when talking about terrorism in general, not just lone actor terrorism, but terrorism in general, there is a tendency to focus on the high profile cases, the ones that I started with. So Breivik, Timothy McVeigh, Theodore Kaczynski. And a lot of, so these high profile cases, they usually involve relatively more complex modus operandi and relatively more complex plots, and also relatively more numerous victims. Just to give an example, Breivik killed 77 people and wounded hundreds. But it's important to keep in mind that when talking about lone actor terrorists, most of the attacks are far less lethal and far less complex in terms of the way that they're carried out, as the case that I'm going to discuss will illustrate. So let's take a look at the incident. So what qualifies Roshanora Chaudhry as a lone actor terrorist? She is responsible for the stabbing of Stephen Timms. Stephen Timms is a British MP. I think I already gave you a spoiler there. I said he is, so I'm implying that he luckily survived the attack. He made a full recovery and is back in politics. So back in 2010, when Stephen Timms was conducting constituency surgery. So for those outside the UK, constituency surgeries are basically opportunities for members of the public to meet their elected representatives face to face and voice their concerns. So these are basically direct meetings between people and their elected officials. So on one occasion, so Roshanora Chaudhry, she set up an appointment to meet Timms. She was told that actually she would be meeting his assistant, but she insisted that she wanted to meet Timms in person. They acquiesced to that and allows her to meet Timms. They had a brief talk, after which Roshanora appeared to be preparing to say goodbye. She reached out to signal her intent to shake Timms's hand. As soon as Stephen Timms shook her hand, Chaudhry picked out one of the two knives she was carrying, two knives because, in her own words, she brought two knives just in case one of them would break during the attack. So she pulls out one of the knives and begins to stab Stephen Timms in the abdomen. She's immobilized by Timms's assistant, and the police managed to arrest her without her showing any opposition. She immediately, so when asked why she had stabbed Stephen Timms, she immediately says that it was vengeance for the people of Iraq. As context, so Stephen Timms had previously voted in favor of the 2003 invasion of Iraq. And as we shall see later, this had a very key role in Chaudhry's decisions. So who is Roshonara Chaudhry? So there we have a picture of her. Very briefly on her background. So she's born in East London, born and grew up in East London. She comes from a modest background. In fact, there is considerable indication that her family suffered financial hardship. But Chaudhry actually seemed, she had a very promising future ahead of her. She graduated high school with with very good grades. She managed to enter, to start a degree at King's College London, studying English and communication. She was fluent in 4 languages. She's known to have done charity work. And at that stage of her life, she wanted to become a teacher. So not what you'd expect to see on the resume of a terrorist, right? So what made this young woman resort to violence? Right, so this is a schematic that presents her radicalization. The framework through which I'm analyzing radicalization relies on a set of 9 mechanisms distilled from existing literature, as well as a couple of mechanisms that I added through my own observations and research, and which I am going to hopefully validate through my research. So just to explain the schematic here. So the bar on top represents some of the main events in Chaudhry's life. When the invasion of Iraq begins in 2003, she's just a child, 14 years old. She actually met Stephen Timms in total 3 times. The first occasion that she met Stephen Timms was when she was still in high school. She did a field trip with her class to Westminster, and they met the MP there. So this was in 2006, 2007. Then Chaudhry goes off to university. As I said, she's a very promising student, very diligent, very hardworking. All her teachers are praising her work up until 2009. That is when Chaudhry discovers the sermons of a certain Anwar al-Awlaki. I don't know if the name is familiar here, but so al-Awlaki is a very famous Al-Qaeda affiliated Islamist propagandist. So also it should be noted, so the way she comes across his materials, she finds his sermons on YouTube, and it's actually a very naive way in which she first comes into contact with this material. So this is according to her own, this is based on an interview that the police conducted with her after she was arrested. So apparently she was actually just curious about how other people discovered their religious, how other people were exploring Islam. She herself wanted to explore her Muslim background and to reconnect with the Muslim religion. So she starts watching these videos on YouTube about how other people became religious, and probably with some help from the YouTube algorithm, she eventually came across Al-Avlaki's videos, and yeah, as we can see in the schematic, the mechanisms shown below the gray bars in the bottom. So the mechanisms involved in her radicalization begin appearing as soon as she starts watching Al-Avlaki propaganda. This goes on. This basically has a very strong effect on her. Chaudhry meets Stephen Timms for a second time. This will become relevant a bit further on. She meets him for a second time, attempting to, looking to gain, to be awarded a grant to continue her studies after finishing her bachelor's. This grant is refused. Just a couple of weeks after this happens, she withdraws completely. She abandons university, and then about 2 weeks after she pulls out of university, she schedules that third meeting with Stephen Timms, which I already described during the previous slide when she carries out the attack. Right, so I will briefly be talking through the radicalization mechanisms. I just hope I have time to go through all of them. So political grievances. This is basically common for terrorists, not just lone actors, but group-based terrorists as well. So basically, in Chaudhry's case, it's very interesting to remark that she was basically apolitical up to the point in late 2009 when she discovers Al-Avlaki's propaganda material. Prior to that, she did not show any evidence of being concerned with the fate of Muslims in Iraq or anywhere else. There's no indication that she did any activism or any sort of involvement in politics. After discovering Al-Avlaki's materials and reportedly watching a lot of YouTube videos about the suffering of people in Iraq, she develops a very strong empathy towards Muslims in Iraq, and basically adheres to Al-Avlaki's philosophy that this suffering is the result of the West, and begins seeing everything around her in this binary framework of either pro-Muslim or anti-Muslim. So this is actually the reason why it is believed she abandoned her university. She considered it as being anti-Muslim, and this is coming from someone who during her high school years wrote essays about how much she loved the UK and how much she loved her school, and she praised her school in an essay. And after the materials, she just turns around and, well, basically regards her institution as being anti-Muslim. Right. Next mechanism, personal grievance. There's no evidence that Chaudhry personally experienced any Islamophobic discrimination or anything of that sort. Her personal grievance is actually connected to the somewhat connected to the financial situation of her family. So as mentioned, she met Timms a second time seeking a grant in order to be able to continue her studies. This was rejected. It should also be pointed out that at this time, at some point, either in 2009 or early 2010, her father had become unemployed. The family was living on benefits and on what little the children, so Chaudhry and her siblings, could bring home. When Stephen Timms rejected her application for a grant, considering the fact that she also knew about him, that he had voted in favor of the 2003 invasion of Iraq. So basically, this rejection turned, it made things personal for Chaudhry. So she regarded Timms, she had a personal grievance directly against Stephen Timms. Right. martyrdom and copycat effects. So just briefly, this may sound like two separate mechanisms, but in terms of how it works, so both martyrdom and copycat effects basically offer the individual a role model to follow in order to become that exemplary warrior for whatever cause, in this case, Islamism, the person might be pursuing. Al-Awlaki's materials rely very heavily on emphasizing the importance of martyrdom, and Chaudhry herself, when she was caught, she shared with police that she wanted to die. When asked why did you want to die, she just straightforward tells them, I wanted to become a martyr. So there's clear evidence there of martyrdom as a radicalization mechanism. Wider political narratives. So again, Al-Awlaki's propaganda material. Al-Awlaki relies very much on framing everything in this West versus the Muslim world, framing the Muslim world as being under a constant state of siege, and therefore legit violence performed by Muslims being considered legitimate by Al-Awlaki. Right, sorry, I'm rushing a bit through this, but so finally, the last mechanism that we can observe in Chaudhry's narrative is fixation. So after discovering Al-Awlaki's sermons, she spent, according to her own words, over 100 hours in the couple of months, 6 months to be more specific, from November 2009 to April 2010 when she carried out the attack. She is fixated strictly on Awlaki. Interestingly enough, through her desire to explore her Muslim faith, she doesn't turn to her local mosque. She doesn't turn to her parents. She is basically strictly focused on that one source. Right, few considerations regarding absent mechanisms. So out of the 9, we could see 5 there that I just discussed, and there are 4 mechanisms that are absent from her narrative. So mental health is something quite prevalent among lone actor terrorists. In Chaudhry's case, this mechanism is completely absent. Thrill seeking, again, completely absent. In-group influences, so there's no evidence that her family is basically moderate Muslims, so there's no evidence of extremist values being assimilated from the family or from her circle of friends. Finally, alienation. So there is some evidence for this as a mechanism, but it's quite inconclusive. Again, there is a question mark regarding why she never shared anything regarding this internal search for this internal religiosity that she developed. She never shared this with her parents. There's no mention in sources that discuss her about her circle of friends. Again, not enough there to suggest alienation, but there might be some clues towards that. Finally, so as mentioned, 5 of the mechanisms are present, 4 of them absent. This is, when compared to the rest of the cohort I'm studying, this is nothing out of the ordinary. When compared with male lone actor terrorists, the pattern is actually quite similar. So at least in what concerns this framework of analysis, the radicalization of female lone actors happens in the same way as the radicalization of male lone actors. Yeah, I think with that, I'll stop rambling, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ovidio. That was brilliant. Actually, I have some maybe question, comment. I also myself, I'm not a specific expertise on that, but I had the opportunity to supervise a master student that work on lone actors in Italy. Now, and in his explanation, eventually an important role as the lack of legal citizenship in Italy is quite different than in UK. And your case study is a British citizen, so of course she has citizen. But of course the idea was that these people felt marginalized as well. So I was wondering if, like, the personal grievances mechanism is the only one in your analysis that include the possibility of marginalization to some extent as a condition, or if you are also considering, about broader social grievances or identity-related grievances as part of a group, not just a person, but part of a minority, of a part of people, a group of social group of people which is marginalized in the broader national community to some extent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a good argument. And it's actually one of the mechanisms I discussed towards the end, alienation, that covers that. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough time to go into each of those mechanisms. I think each of those would be a topic in and of itself for a conference. But with regard to what you mentioned, so I am taking alienation as I'm looking at alienation as a mechanism of radicalization, exactly in the context that you mentioned. Personal grievances, I'm using that so in the literal sense of personal grievances, as illustrated in
so
the
if you
True Greece
encounter some
case.
specific experience of discrimination or racism
exactly.
or whatever. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So we last but not least, we have the last presentation by Alessandro Micocci from University of Genova. And the topic is Fascism and Mafia, an international stereotyped narration. Thank you. Alessandro, you have the floor.
Can you hear me? Okay. This kind of research is not actually my PhD research, but it's quite linked since it's based on my PhD research on the use of history and the creation of stereotypes and myths regarding Italian history, but not only Italian history. So mafia is part of Italian history and is one of the most important stereotypes even today regarding Italian, and especially during the fascist regime, that was, as most argument regarding fascist regime has created lots of myth, positive myths in their point of view of, for example, solved mafia. So the problem of mafia was solved during the fascist regime and then returned back thanks to the collapse of the regime. So fascism was, of course, very present as a movement, a political movement, especially in northern and central Italy, Tuscany, Emilia-Romagna, etc. While in the south, the situation was kind of different. Fascism doesn't have this strong field presence, and all the problems related, for example, with poor upheavals, especially peasants, were controlled by the kind of figure called Gabellotti or Campiere. They were basically, not all of them, of course, but basically they were paid by rich landowners to suppress any peasant's request. And of course, these kind of figures were linked with the first mafia organization. And of course, the rich landowners were the head of this, in many cases, the head of this mafia organization, especially in the west side of Sicily. So in the early 1920s, the PNF, or the National Fascist Party, started to use this ruling elite in Sicily to gain power and control over the liberal elite. They were also using some kind of mafia support to win elections. So one of these examples is Alfredo Cucco, who was a fascist candidate to the political election of 1924. And he was a radical fascist, believing that the key of success in Sicily was to eradicate the old liberal landowners and make space to the young people, the young fascist people, of course. However, he realized that he needs to use the old methods, and so he gained the alliance with the heads of this organization. They were the Prince Pietro Lanza di Scalea, the deputy Giovanni Lomonte, and young Ignazio Florio, that was the heir of one of the most important industrial families in Sicily. So early fascists merged with the ruling elites, and after that, the fascists decided that it was time to eradicate mafia, since they already have used them and were no more useful in the idea of the radical fascists, of course, not Mussolini and the national parties in Rome. So they chose, in order to fight mafia, the prefect Cesare Mori, who was a prefect already working in Trapani, also the west side of Sicily, and was famous for his cruel methods of repression for the criminality. And it's ironic, and you will see why, that Cucco itself called this Cesare Mori. Mori stayed as a prefect for 5 years, and the most important fact was the siege of Gangi. Gangi is a small village in the Palermo province, where he gained the name Iron Prefect, since he used psychological warfare against mafia, using children and wives of the mafia chieftain and making them scream as for calling help to drive out the mafia chieftain in the village. As you can see, 11,000 persons were arrested during 5 years, and it's a huge number. It is told that even Mussolini was kind of upset, and it was kind of weird for him. And this is the beginning of the stereotypes. You can see this was a newspaper, local newspaper. I'm sorry for the quality of the photo, but this is. And you can see that the three figures in the center are the policemen, and they're dressed in a way that you can say they are civil men. The bandits are, of course, with the traditional Sicilian dress code, I would say. And of course, if you saw that the rich landowners, the rich people were mafia, it is difficult to imagine that a prince would dress like this. But the idea was that mafia was just this one and the other one, and that's it. So what were the theories of this prefect about mafia? Mafia was like an infection. He used this medical language, and this was very useful also for Mussolini, to saying that mafia is not a social, political, or economic problem of Italy and Sicily especially, but it's just, something that happened and can be cured. So it's very easy. You just arrest everyone, and that's it. It will be done. Of course, the infection are the poor people. The poor people are the most vulnerable to the criminal ideas, since they live in a poor state by social and economic point of view. So Mori decided the second part of his repression would be, and program would be, to educate poor people not to be mafioso. And he tried to do that with some schools. Of course, this never happened due to many reasons. The local politicians were saved by Mori, since he stated that criminality and politics are different part of Sicily problem and order problem. So he decided, in also an opportunistic point of view, to spare the politician and just wait for order coming from Mussolini regarding them. Of course, this helped the mafia to thrive, since the head of the mafia was spared. And this brought us to another stereotype. Who is a mafioso? According to the policeman instructed by Mori, mafioso, you can recognize a mafioso just walking him in the streets of Palermo. Mafioso is a man who walks in a confident way, is a calm, always swinging with a massive presence. So a foreign observer would have seen a fat man walking. And these were the indication to policemen to catch some mafioso. So, of course, there were also more complete information, but this was the idea the mafioso was in Sicily. So mafia was described as a monstrous organization, and also mythical identities were used to define mafia. So mafia was repulsive things, and as all the mythology monster, you need a hero to destroy them. And the hero, of course, was by chance Mori. And Mori was the Hercules, Perseus, who was freeing from the horrible monster in Sicily. And you can see, I didn't find it, unfortunately, but I saw the photos. There are icons, popular icons depicting Mori as this hero of also using an anti-socialist way, because he's honored by a group of Sicilian workers, while the member of the mafia are always monsters, different kind of monster. It's not important for them. Maybe I return to this if I have time. Mafia also was defeated in fascist propaganda. And you can see that the brother of Mussolini's brother wrote an article in 1928 stating that the island is finally free of mafia. So let's talk about something else. And in 1934, the famous Encyclopedia Italiana used the past tense to describe mafia. So even for one of the most important cultural tools of the regime stated that mafia was just solved. It's a matter of past. Fascism has won. Starace, one of the most important member of the fascist party, stated that association helping the southern part of Italy were useless since fascism, now not only mafia, but all the problems of the southern part of Italy is solved. So he didn't know why they were spending money for that. Of course, there were some critics, some people, especially the one living in Sicily and feeling what was really, really the situation, stated that mafia has this great capacity to wait for the right time to strike. And they were all waiting to strike when Mori will leave the island. During the 1930s, the murders and all the mafia activities restarted with great power. But this was never reported in the local newspapers and also foreign newspapers. There was also some kind of critics that arrived directly to Mussolini, since the General Antonino Di Giorgio denounced the Mori's method, saying that this kind of cruel repression will bring more hate into the popular classes and will create new armies of mafia members ready to strike against the fascist state. Another stereotype you can see is the Sicilian were considered as vengeful people, all of Sicilian. And after the Mori's methods, they will become a cowardly population, living in fear. So there is another general stereotypes. So coming to the Italian stereotypes, Damiano Lipani, a radical fascist, so one of the fascists who were against Mori, denounced and say the Mori's campaign, saying he was treating Sicily like, I will traduce for you, an African state full of Zulu and other people. Of course, you can see this racist colonial stereotypes to describe the Sicilian primitive way of living and be considered. Giuseppe Pitre, who was a folklorist, depicted mafia as a traditional point of view. Was, the mafioso was a man who was just opposite to any kind of abuse coming from the state. So he provocatively said that if I protest against the state, am I a mafioso? This is, of course, a romantical point of view of mafia that was very widespread across the cultural classes in Italy, thus helping also mafia itself to depict them as modern fighters against the injustice of every kind of state. Mafia, again, Lo Schiavo, a lawyer, said that mafia behavior can be sniffed easy. Again, we can see this kind of stereotype. You can feel a mafioso walking. You just see someone suspect and it's a mafioso. You will see it's, for them, it was so precise. Here is the best part, I think, for the stereotypes. The Mori's campaign reached also international newspapers, and newspapers like the Times said that in 1928 that mafia started with feudalism, so with Middle Ages. Any historical evidence? No, but it was fine to say. Daily Herald said that mafia was a secret society with mysterious rituals, and eventually the mysterious rituals were very similar to the nightly romance that were kind of famous in that period. So they copy the same rituals that were invented. They were rituals invented to describe different aspect and fantasy romance, we will say. The New York Times magazine, that is the best, I think, decided that mafia, to describe what mafia was to American people, decided that mafia was a philosophical group that by chance, you know, it's very easy to pass from philosophical group to criminal organization, at least for them. Yeah, and so this was the idea that you know, built. This is the article, but it's different. These are other characteristics. They were like the Italian American journal, the Interprete, said that mafioso was just, the mafia never existed. It was just a prejudice in interpreting the meaning of the term. So mafia is something, it's just a sensible man, with a kind of rebellion against any kind of injustice and oppression. Seems similar to other things. So when the Allied took Sicily from the Nazis, there were the so-called Operation Husky. That was this kind of cooperation between mafia, with the aid of mafia boss Italian American boss like Lucky Luciano. But we never find evidence of this. What we found is the attitude of the Allied forces. They were given this handbook describing Sicily, where Sicily was, they just have this kind of colonial attitude, saying that Sicilian informal holder of powers, like mafiosi, has to be treated like native chieftains of Africa, for example. It was mainly the same kind of behavior, and they undervalued the strength of mafia. This was an important point, and they regret it since they admitted publicly. This is not okay. We can skip. This is also that in the 1950s, after the war, the Italian government and Italian people never still recognized mafia as a problem. So the stereotypes that we saw in the fascist regime were still using in Italy also to depict the fact that the mafia was not so problematic, in fact. Of course, who said that was one of the politicians that was the instigator of one of the worst slaughter in the post-war Italy regarding the mafia activity. I don't know if I have the time to talk about. Very briefly, I'll come to the 'Ndrangheta. 'Ndrangheta is the Calabrian mafia that is also connected with the mafia, since the repression of 'Ndrangheta started afterwards mafia, and it was covered by this silent strategy, because in the 1930s, the regime decided that mafia was vanquished. So the fact that it was happening something in Calabria was just accidental. Very briefly, the stereotypes were that 'Ndrangheta was just made of Sicilian immigrants. So, you know, it's not original. It's just some rural mafia connected with a Sicilian who broke the idea, since they were philosophers. Yeah, of course, this was the idea. The second stereotype regard women. With 'Ndrangheta, the police discovered that women can act as criminals, and they're not victims. They're not forced to do something by mafia owners. Originally, they were mainly prostitutes and, unfortunately, victims of rape. That was very common in 'Ndrangheta. But then there was the case of Maria Buda, who actually during the 1930s, after the repression of the regime, became one of the chieftains of 'Ndrangheta. And of course, it was discovered very late, since it was impossible for the police that a woman could organize a criminal organization, of course. There will be lots of other things to say, but I think it's too much. So it just to show you the idea that is behind this kind of repression. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alessandro. That is really a fascinating research, and I can understand why you were, you know, giving a lot of emphasis and engagement in presenting your findings. It's sort of precursor of fake news and propaganda and the effects on politics and society. Okay, well, we now move to the discussion part. So I'll give the floor to Bernard, to Dr. Blumenau. I don't know, you want to, can you use the mic there? Okay, great, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks very much to all 5 panelists for their interesting papers. They all stuck very well to the time limit, I think, so that gives us a good amount of time to discuss the many different topics that they brought up. And as you could tell, there's a big span of topics that was indeed covered by this panel. So I shall restrict myself to just summing up some of the points that I found particularly interesting that we might develop further in our discussions here. And I'll restrict myself to 1 question each, and then we'll see how things go later on. So let's start with Andrea and his assessment of Huntington, and as it relates to Islamic fundamentalism. I quite like the waves, because, you know, especially as I'm coming from the field of terrorism scholars, and Rappaport's 4 waves is always one of these things. So it's interesting to see that the waves model, in fact, the 4 waves model, made it into other fields as well. A deeply archival study, which I enjoyed, about Huntington himself, and not what we often see, the kind of interpretation, or in fact exploitation and instrumentalization of Huntington and his thoughts that often permeates political discourses as well. So I think that is very important to see what he actually wanted to convey, as far as we can reconstruct from his personal archives. And particularly interesting for me also his views of the Muslim violence as a part of a bigger quasi war that's going on, and that probably relates me to one of the questions as well, which might show how much Huntington was a child of the Cold War, perhaps, because if you then take this further, the kind of quasi war, it's very much the structure we saw during the Cold War, where, you know, you had the 2 camps, the Soviet Union and the United States, and they had that decade-long conflict that broke out through various proxy wars here and again, and we see that in his thought, I think, to some extent. So I suppose my first question to you is a more general one, and I think one that we can't not ask in that context, and that is the simple question of what is so appealing about Huntington's Clash of Cultures. It's been more than 20 years now that it's around. We still discuss it. It was fairly quickly dismissed after it came out, and it's still a matter of ongoing debate. And in light of current events, certainly after the 7th of October, it's one that actually pops up more again. So what is in it that makes it so catchy? So, you know, justifies the long afterlife of that concept? I think that's my first question for you. And I think I'll just go through the others and then give you a bit of time to reflect, and then we'll come back to it. Yeah, okay. Victoria and decentralized surveillance, something that coming from the UK, or living in the UK at least, is constantly around you. Every time I go on the train, I hear the see it, sort it, see it, what's it, see it, say it, sorted. Certainly ever present, and that kind of rings home the underlying criticism of it as well, which is a kind of Big Brother society, Big Brother's watching you. And if you've seen the film, if you've read the book, there's these constant messaging as well that you get in the film and in the book. So we are not too far off that dystopian future, perhaps. And basically what it is, and you've said that as well, it's a way of outsourcing some of the state responsibility to the citizens, because it is a cheap way of doing that and of achieving and getting the data that you need. And indeed, there are advantages to it, as you've mentioned. You do sensitize people to it. You do get the data. You do get people to be more aware of some suspicious behavior, suspicious actions around you. It obviously is a major infringement of privacy as well. And, you know, we are not asked if we consent with being filmed, being taken on video. It's a, you know, quite interesting conflict when you see GDPR legislation on the other hand, where you have to consent to everything. But in that sense, it's always taken for granted. And the trade-off, as you mentioned, is that we have to give up some of this in exchange for security. I think that in and of itself is a problematic assumption, one that probably can be discussed and is discussed in many ways. And you mentioned Hobbes. I guess the counterpiece here is Machiavelli, and the end justifies the means. So, the end is security, and whatever is needed to reach that point is justified. And I think one of the issues, we probably don't have time to, but if you can comment on it as well, just briefly, maybe after the other question I have, is what do you think the prospect of AI is in regards to this thing? Because you said that one of the problems that governments have is the amount of data they have that they can't process. But once we have AI, that's probably becoming much easier. And I think the point that Pietro made about the bias is something certainly to take into account, because any AI model is only as good as the data it's trained on. And I think we've seen a lot of research coming out, the research that's coming out that's saying that any of the AIs we've seen so far is biased in one way or another. So, discrimination and that is probably something that will stay with us even if more technology is involved in that. And I guess my question is a bit, as you can tell, I take a somewhat critical approach on the whole issue, and you say you have another chapter on that, so maybe you can just give us some insights into that. But the kind of risks you see about outsourcing this kind of, state responsibility, ultimately policing responsibility, if you like, to the citizens, and especially assuming a not that benevolent state. We always assume, I guess, in that context, that the state is ultimately the champion of the citizen and the patron of the protection. But if that's not the case, then we are really reaching a very dangerous territory here. And I think one of the issues that you mentioned yourself is the inflation of the threat. So that actually plays into the hands of terrorists, for instance, because ultimately what they want is to spread fear and terror. And by the state doing them a favor by constantly reiterating that risk, it is ultimately working in their favor. But I think other risks are around hysteria. If you constantly tell people that there's a threat, they might see threats where they're actually none. And I think a very extreme example of that would be a spontaneous witch hunt kind of situation, where someone sees an issue, people might take the issue into their own hands, and it will turn out that it maybe wasn't that kind of situation. And then the issues of discrimination will probably come into that again. So I leave it at that, a general question of what problems you see with that. Moving on to David's very interesting presentation on political violence, democratic transition in West Africa, certainly something that we in Europe and the States perhaps often forget way more than we should, and that only really makes it into the news when there was an upheaval, of which we've seen a few recently, that, also in policy circles, then brings the issue back on top of the agenda again. But a very important topic, not just for Africa, because obviously the repercussions of these kind of situations go far beyond Africa, and whether it's a general security structure, and fewer and fewer states seem at the moment in the region seem to be committed to the fight against terrorism, at least in the way that the Europeans or the French would like to see it fought. So that is certainly one of the repercussions, and then others involve refugee schemes and all these issues that will ultimately go beyond the region that we're looking at. And there is a common perception, I think, that dates back probably almost to colonial times, that there's a relationship between political violence and unsuccessful transitions in these regions. But I think it's very important to have a thorough empirical examination of it, to actually look at what the data says in that regard. And you've shown some very interesting quantitative data. Obviously, you're not done with the project yet, so there's more to come. And I think the interpretation then of these results will be very interesting as well, and what you make out of the processes for that. And I suppose that relates me to the question I have for you. It's really as regards the kind of nature or the actor of the political violence, because political violence can be done by at least two, the state and the non-state actors. So what do you think is the bigger problem here? And I'll have a follow-up question to that. If the state engages in counter-terrorist insurgency activities, is it perhaps a very heavy-handed response on the part of the state, or a kind of overreaction of the state that really is the biggest threat to the for the kind of democratic transition process in these countries? A video kind of somewhat related to the to Victoria's presentation, that it takes us back to the UK in some way on a very specific case study here. As someone I didn't know, I live in the UK, I work on terrorism, so to my own shame, I have to confess that I was not familiar with that case yet. And the question again of how and why people radicalize, one that is of constant urgency, almost more important to political practitioners than academics, but lots of academic studies obviously on that as well. And I think an interesting kind of side step here is a question of targeting as well, because, you know, why Tim's was chosen, it's still not entirely clear to me why she did it, other than a matter of convenience, probably because he was just there, he was an easy target. But that is also the question of, was it really kind of vengeance or revenge on Tim's, or was she still seeing him more as kind of symbolic of a bigger group of MPs? Because there were lots of MPs that voted for the Iraq war, and he's just one of many, and he wasn't super prominent in the situation as well. So that is quite interesting. Also, when it comes to personal cases of why these specific people are chosen, or whether it really is only a matter of, you know, practicability. That's the person they could easily reach and do that. I think the personal background is very interesting again, and as a historian, I see a few parallels with some of the cases from the 1970s. If you look at the German case, one I'm most familiar with, Gudrun Ensslin, Ulrich Meinhof, who were leading members of the Red Army faction in Germany, came from fairly sound backgrounds as well. They were good students. Meinhof had a career as a writer, a journalist before she came into contact with terrorism. And we see similar things in your case as well. Maybe not the kind of middle-class background, but certainly that good student, you know, socially committed, volunteering. So all indications, all factors looked for something that would certainly not take her down the road of terrorism. And that was, again, something we've seen previously in other examples as well. So again, a very interesting study for that. And I think the other point that was interesting is really the impact of technology and the internet on radicalization, because in the 1970s, if you wanted to radicalize, or if you wanted to know how to commit an attack, you had to get your hands on, I don't know, Carlos Marighell's mini manual of the urban guerrilla or something like that. It was quite influential at the time. Here, really, information is just one click away. So that is certainly a kind of watershed change in that step, in that sense. I think for you, I have two questions, because I think one can be very easily answered, and that's what on methodology. Sorry. And that is the problem the challenge I see with a study like this is that you can reconstruct a lot of the steps, but ultimately what you can't do is you can't look into her head and see what the real reasons are. So how do you, you know, deal with that issue? And then just more out of interest, really, if you have an answer towards that at all, it's a kind of, to what extent did the search for identity play a part in this specific case study? Because I think the step of her identifying herself with the Muslims in Iraq is quite surprising, seeing that she's never been there. She doesn't have that immediate contact, when it would be much more likely for her to identify with Muslims or people in the UK. And she said that she did have a positive attitude towards UK at first. So how has that identity issue come up, or what do you think about that? And Alessandro, finally, a very interesting archival historical study of a very, I suppose, current topic, given the presentations we've had previously. So I think it's a brilliant way of finishing that conference, actually, on that note, and having the full circle again. So well planned by the organizers of the conference. On the fascist government, the mafia, and the kind of unholy relationship alliance, if you like, in some way, that existed or didn't actually exist there. Although you said that at the beginning there was that kind of alliance between the mafia and the fascists, and then the fascists at some point turned against them, and then actually turned the fight against the mafia into a kind of centerpiece of their campaign, which I found very interesting. Another observation, just a kind of stereotyping of what the standard mafioso looks like, to me, coming from Germany, is a very recurrent theme, you know, a few years later, how the Nazis would depict what a common Jewish person looks like. So that is really the kind of zeitgeist of having that very almost social Darwinistic, I suppose, idea of that you can really put everything into categories. And here there was obviously the propaganda aspect to it as well, by having that that aspect. And I think one of the things that the fascists maybe underestimated was that the mafia, as I learned yesterday, had been around for almost 100 years by then, so they did have time on their side and the kind of time to wait things out until things got a bit better in their sense. Interesting also to see how the international newspapers commented on the situation and how often unfactual and romanticized partly the notion of the mafia was when we read about a philosophical group or, you know, people that were actually good intentioned and then just turned bad somewhere along the way, or degenerated, I think was a term that was used. And then ultimately the approach by the fascists, and in fact what you mentioned also, the post-war regime, that if you don't talk about them, they don't exist. So at least that was what they hoped would happen. And that ultimately didn't work out, obviously. But my question is maybe beyond the newspapers, just a general understanding of the situation, why the fascists did fail to ultimately, you know, fight the issue of the mafia. Is it because they didn't touch the bosses? Is it a lack of understanding of how the organization actually worked? So what kind of explains these ultimate failings there? And with that, I think if you're happy, Pietro, we can hand it back to the speakers.
So thank you for your question. So if I understand right, your question is why the clash of civilization, why we use again the clash of civilization after 30 years. So I would like to use a phrase used by Huntington in an article, because we haven't a better theory for this century. So according to him, okay, we discussed his theory for many times, many waves, but we in academia, in scientific debate, we never create a new valid theory to change his idea. And for this reason, and due to Muslim attack in Europe and et cetera, this theory is used by neoconservative thinkers to change the public opinion. To for this reason, for example, the last time, more or less 2 weeks ago, our prime minister in Arabic forum in Cairo used again the term the clash of civilization. We should avoid the clash of civilization because we haven't till now a better idea. I hope to find a better idea, but this is the problem.
Okay. Thank you for the question. Also, the very good summary. I couldn't have said it better. It's starting on a personal note. When I started researching surveillance, I was very pro-surveillance because as a woman walking back home right at night, it is quite scary. And it's good to know that there are some cameras or people watching. Having then read a lot about surveillance, Snowden or the PRISM revelation and everything that followed afterwards, my view has a bit changed because it is very biased, but nevertheless, everyone is a suspect if it is if you have surveillance. But one of the facts for surveillance is, and that's what I'm using a little bit more elaborated in my PhD, is I use it very implicitly normative. It is there, it won't go away. So we have to find a way how we can use surveillance that it is fair, it's not too much invading privacy and getting rid of stereotypes, but that's not a task that surveillance can do, right? So it's a task on how do we communicate risks, how do we communicate threats, and I think that's where we have to start, especially talking about terrorism, as I mentioned very briefly, and then we heard quite a good analysis about a female terrorist. We have this picture in our head. 72 virgins are waiting, somebody kills themselves, and that's the terrorist. It's not. there are rational reasons why people commit terrorism. And I think we had quite a good case study today about it. And I guess with AI, things will change, surveillance will change. We can only hope that it gets smarter, that it only picks up suspicious activity when suspicious activity is conducted, and not picks up everything and then afterwards thinks about, oh, this was suspicious, yes or no. For vigilance surveillance, specifically, it's rational actually for citizens to participate. This is something that I didn't show today, but with the iterated prisoner's dilemma theory, I actually was able to analyze that it is rational for a citizen to participate in vigilance surveillance. Because if you think about it, if I would refrain from observing my neighbor if he did something suspicious, but he would surveil me and observe me, then I do have a disadvantage. If he doesn't observe me, but I observe him, I have an advantage again because I have an information advantage, right? So in each of the cases, it makes sense for me to observe my neighbors. And I was actually able, not with terrorism because the data quality is quite bad, but with the coronavirus, to actually show when politicians called for vigilance around the neighborhood who breaches the COVID-19 regulations, please report them to the police. People were happy to do so. And so it made sense to participate, because if you wouldn't, others would, and they would have an informational advantage about it. It's way more in depth. I have 300 pages of PhD written, so this is just a very high level overview, but happy to take further follow-up questions then.
Yeah, thank you so much for your summary and for your comments. Of course, I'm to like extent, I agree with you that issue of political violence and democratic transition is transcend Africa, of course, in other parts of the world. These are like recurrent issues. Of course, there have been record of political violence across the world. So, I'm taking an example from Africa, and beyond my example as well from West Africa, we've had a lot of damages that have been done by non-state actors and also state actors. And it's not only like, as I've rightly said, I look at the issue of non-state actors, or at times state actors can engage in terrorism. For instance, let me just cite an example on Ethiopia and Tigray war, which have been for about 2 years. Also, we have the Congo and Rwanda also engaged in a war. Also, the recent example, the Sudanese war between the RSF, the Rapid Forces, and also the government. So there are so many examples in Africa, and these are like really affected the transition in those countries. So at times, not only non-state actors, again, giving an example from the region I'm from Nigeria, we have the example of Boko Haram. So Boko Haram is a non-state actor, and they've been terrorizing Nigeria since 2009, up to like last week. They are still a part of like Boko Haram, and not only like Boko Haram, like just purely anti-Western. They're against Western education, because there is a fundamentalist and radical group that are against Western education, and they've done serious damage, which has really affected the transition process in Nigeria. And also, so there are many examples, and just to answer your question, if non-state actors engage in terrorism, of course they do, but like if national interest is at stake, so of course they have to engage in terrorist act. If any enemy, if any adversary is trying to of course, invade in their territory, so they have to engage in that. And at times they overreact. And just to make a final comment about just if non-state actors overreact, taking an example away from Western Africa, which I discussed, but these are serious issues in Africa across all the 5 sub-regions in Africa: Eastern Africa, Central Africa, Western, Southern Africa. So the Sudan crisis now, since April till now, which is almost 6 months, the overextend, and people who suffered a lot from it. Now one of them has to concede defeats between the non-state actors and the state actors, RSF and the government. They have to engage in confrontational battles with themselves since April this year, which is 6 months. Now many people have suffered about it. So they overreacted. But these are brothers, they are from the same country and they're engaging in a battle. Now they've suffered a loss. They have to find a way to rebuild the country, which you have to maybe sit down together and just to discuss among themselves, because they have to suffer a lot from it. Now they have to come back to the the round table to have a discussion on how they can move their country forward. And they overreacted, which they ought to have done much earlier to prevent the tide of the war. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Bernard, for the summary and for the questions. If I may start with, before answering the questions, before I may start with a couple of notes to your notes. So first of all, the unfamiliarity of the case, that's actually what I was aiming for. So no one should feel bad for not knowing who Roshanara Chaudhry is, because that was actually the aim. I wanted to present a case study that is less known and that is not that familiar. Regarding online radicalization, so yes, you pointed that out. Yes, that is a game changer, not only in the sense of facilitating communication between individuals and between like making it's a game changer in terms of how easy it makes accessing materials, either ideological or in terms of materials that have an operational nature. So just to illustrate that, Breivik, for example, in his 1,500-page manifesto, he praises Timothy McVeigh, who assembled his bomb in, well, you had the internet back then, but it wasn't still something so widespread. Timothy McVeigh himself didn't rely on the internet. So Breivik praises McVeigh for for managing to gather the know-how and managing to build a bomb in an age before the internet. And with regard to ideological material, while researching Roshanara Chaudhry, it's actually scary if you think about it, how easy it is to find extremist materials. Al-Awlaki's sermons are still largely easily available on the internet, and I'm not exaggerating. It's literally 2 clicks away. It's not something found on the dark web or something hidden. I was actually surprised that Al-Awlaki's materials were much easier to find than right-wing extremist materials. So yeah, but to go on to your questions there. So in terms of methodology, yes, speaking directly to the subjects, being able to carry out interviews would definitely be a huge advantage. However, I think this does come with a huge caveat. First of all, in practical terms, this is rarely possible. A lot of these individuals have died after carrying out the attacks, or they're incarcerated in maximum security prisons. Just to quote 2 criminologists, Ham and Spy, it's easier. They were saying that it's easier for a terrorist to get out of prison than it is for a criminologist to get into prison to get an interview with a terrorist. So that, I think, sums up how difficult it is to access terrorists. With that being said, for my own research, I settled for, well, the next best thing and basically the only option here, open source material. And that is, so it's everything from press articles to biographies where available, to court documents, again, where available, and including the terrorist manifestos themselves. Interestingly enough, so I keep going back to Breivik. So he was kind enough to provide us scholars with an interview he conducted with himself. So obviously, well, I'm not going to go into narcissism, so that material, of course, should not be taken at face value. It should be taken with a huge grain of salt. But it is still very valuable in telling us how he wanted to be seen and what basically how he saw the world around him. So there is definitely a lot of very valuable material there that's open source and that is available and that can produce results in such a research project. Second question was, so with regards to search for identity, I definitely found this to be a pattern. So, and you pointed out in the case of Chaudhry how it's interesting that she was actually from a Bangladeshi background. So she basically had nothing to do with Iraq. But in my understanding, it was so the link there was made when she began exploring her religiosity, her Muslim faith, and that's basically what connected her to Iraq, which well, it was a war zone, and you open up the television and you have instant images of what was going on in Iraq at the time, and that just affected her and connected with her, yes, with her search of identity in terms of identity in her case, religious identity. So yes, and just to end with a note, this is quite common among lone actor terrorists. Just to give another example, this is a more famous case, Tamerlan Tsarnaev, one of the Boston Marathon bombers, the older one of the two. He had a similar, so the way he came into contact with extremist materials is actually quite similar to how Chaudhry first came into contact with such materials. He was exploring his Muslim heritage, his religion, and trying to reestablish his connection with Islam, and that's what led him down into this sort of rabbit hole where he was looking at more and more extremist materials. I hope that answered the question. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's kind of it might be simple to answer, but it's quite complicated to answer. Why fascists fail to destroy mafia? First thing to say is that fascism actually, for not large part, but a part of the Italian society still now has won the battle with mafia. Of course, this is a political point of view of some people, but in the popular culture, mafia was vanquished by fascists, and what revived the mafia activity was something coming from outside. The foreigners, allied forces, brought to Sicily and Calabria, etc., the method of the gangsters in New York, Boston, Chicago. This is something that many people, and also many people, not only like popular people, believe still now. There are some books stating that are supported by the Sicily region, for example, right now. They are under patronage of the Sicilian region. And this means that they also try to use for a political purpose, to depict that Sicily, once upon a time, won the battle against criminality. So to return back to the more practical response, fascism was an ideology that was also obsessed with the historical failures of Italy. So why Italy was always conquered by other powers, why Italy was so under decadence during many centuries. The answer was because of its internal struggle and because of the persistence of traditions that were not modern. So fascism was in some way trying to bring modernity in their, of course, particular point of view, destroying all that was dead but was still existing in their idea. So when they decided to use the police to destroy mafia, they tried to use the same method they use for everything. So just as I told you, it was an infection. You just make a surgical interview and then destroy take away the infection. The fact that this didn't work didn't affect very much the fascists, since it was more important the image of Sicily rather than the real state of Sicily. Sicily was, I use the colonial point of view because it was very unknown to the rest of Italy during the fascist regime and also after the collapse of the fascist regime. So these kind of stereotypes were connected to the most popular part of them, the part that was considered without history also, because there were remnants of feudalism, remnants of Greek colonization, philosophers, of course, etc., and degenerated philosophers, I would say. So fascism just on purpose obscure history to destroy the people that has no history, we can say in a kind of metaphorical way. This was also seen in Calabria, since they never accepted mafia could thrive. And this was the idea behind. So Mori ended the campaign, the mafia is destroyed. Is this true? Is this not true? The image is what really matters. And the image was saying that, of course, the fascist regime, as everything linked to the fascist regime, had won. For example, with the build of a new Italian man that would won every other civilization. Some part of the fascist society believes it, and that's what they brought fascists to enter in war and think that they could win without the same, for example, army of the Nazis, etc., etc. So I hope this can kind of answer your question.
Okay, thank you very much for this round of Q&A, and I think we have still time to collect some questions maybe from the audience. There should be yeah. Okay, so please, sorry. So you want?
Okay. Yeah, I have two questions. Now, first, I would like to have a video. The question. Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation. It was excellent. So I learned so much from it. So my question is, you mentioned the case of Chodbury, the lady that you mentioned, that she was educated. She attended King's College. And despite that, she was still able to hack as female terror. Because most time in Africa, we think women are victims rather than being a terror themselves. And so I'm assuming to see a woman terrorist. So despite her education, she's still able to they're still able to recruit her to act as a terror. A terror. So my question is, did you see from your example or from your cases, did you see any uneducated woman, someone that is not educated? But I also assume because perhaps people are not educated, they are used to manipulate them. Of course, to be a martyr when you go to heaven, that's why some of them are used to cajole and manipulate them to being terror. So also, did you find any uneducated individual, a woman that's carrying out the act of terrorism? For instance, in Nigeria, we have so many women acting as terror because they are uneducated, and these terror organizations, they recruit them. So did you find any uneducated individual or person in your cases? But I know the one you mentioned, she's educated, she want to be a teacher, she attended one of the best institutions in the world, and despite that, they were able to recruit her. So my question is, did you find any uneducated individual as a woman that is uneducated as a terror? I just want to know, I'm just curious to know about that. I'll be glad if there are examples of uneducated individual, woman being a terror. And so, to Alessandro, so I had question, since yesterday I've been here and I've heard about the word mafia, mafioso, over and over again, there is the buzzwords I've had since yesterday. Now we are in the 21st century. Now I want to ask if there are still mafias in Italy till now. Are there still mafias? Are they still in existence? Do they still exist? And if they still exist, why haven't they prevented it since maybe decades that they've been in existence? And what are prevented? Probably the government. Is the government doing enough to prevent mafias from existing? Because we're in the 21st century and they have been existing for so long. They've been in existence. And what are been the factors that's probably prevented the government to be able to reduce the activities of the mafias, if they are still in existence in this 21st century. But I don't know if they are still in existence, or if they are still in existence, I mean, what are like, why would the government not have been able to like curtail, reduce their activities if they are still in existence in 21st century? So I don't know if you get my question. I don't know if they're still existing, because I've had mafias over and over since yesterday. From all the panelists that I've had so far since yesterday, they've been the word mafia. Like, I'm just curious to know if mafias are still in existence till now. Are they still in existence? And if they are in existence, yes, if they are still in existence, why has the government not been able to reduce their activities? So I'm just curious to know about that. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And before you answer the question, I was told that there is a little difference. So we are going to close in after you finish also, because students need to reach classroom, which is probably far from here. So sorry if I gave a wrong interpretation of time. You have the floor, Alessandro, to answer if you wish to. And to videos.
So thank you very much for the question. So basically, what I'm studying as, so I'm looking at lone actor terrorists. As mentioned, there are very few cases of women involved in terrorism. As far as I know, so there's so far the subjects that I went through, there's no example of as you put it, uneducated subjects in engaging, so female uneducated subjects engaging in terrorism. The case might be different when we're talking about group-based terrorists, so that might be a different issue. But again, with regard to my cohort, there weren't any such cases. With this, there's a lot more to discuss here, but I think I'll wrap it up and give. So yeah.
Okay. So I will be very brief. I beg your pardon. I have to save them. Mafia, of course, still exists here today. Mafia is not a monolithic organization. Mafia adapts also to what we invent to describe it. It's kind of particular. So if you say that mafia is not philosophical group, okay, maybe it's too much. But if you say that mafia is fighting for injustice, this is one of the fundamental myths of mafia. And so every kind of, especially in present where the mafia activities still existing from many years, they are seen by the local population, but not only the locals, as people that basically are trying to help people who are not in connection with the state. The fact that they're not in connection with the state due to the mafia, of course, is an incident of, doesn't matter. In these years that, of course, mafia has changed a lot, has also changes myth, but I remember the fact that, for example, Professor Berner was saying about Germany. In Germany, lots of stereotypes linked with what is an Italian, you know, pizza, pasta, mandolino, Berlusconi in the last years, etc. Is also used to describe mafia. Mafia is a remnant of some Italian way of acting, believing, etc. That you cannot imagine that it's so organized and so able to be and interpret everything, every kind of symbol you can imagine. Maybe some brilliant mafia chieftain will use them. Mafia can be bombing, can be war between gangs that can destroy entire villages, like in Calabria in the last years. I have friends that came from, actually, for example, I have friends that came from village and no one knows still now that they were like half of the inhabitants were killed in just 2 months, for example, because mafia is a silent creator of myth and use also the myth that we created to describe it. So it's kind of perpetual circle. And this is, it's also useful for the other mafia, not only Italian mafia, but with different, that it's impossible to say right now for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandro. Thank you, all the 5 speakers, for this brilliant panel. I would ask for a round of applause to all the speakers. And for the discussants as well, of course. And I will now invite Professor Valentine Lomellini for a quick closing remarks. Okay, you have the floor.
So I will just use a couple of minutes to say 2 words, which is thank you to all of you. A special warm thank to the scientific committee, and all colleagues that take part in this event. Professor Blumenau, Professor Desberg, Professor Didier, who left, but he's still with us, Professor De Perini, and many others. A special warm thank also to the junior conference speakers, sorry, because I think that this year we have very high level quality papers and I really enjoy all of them. Unfortunately, we have to cut a little bit the conference, I mean the discussion, but probably otherwise we are going to die. So, but there would be surely time in the future to keep in contact. So congratulations and thanks to the audience, the brave students that remain here with us until now. Thank you again. Obviously, a warm thank to Dr. Moise, Gaia, and Eleonora, and the administration.